Okay, I think we're on. I just got to make sure my mic's good. Recent Liam streams he's been playing. I always think it. I don't know why I always think of Liam when I start my stream. Well, probably because I'm streaming. But, recent Liam streams he's been playing Mario for literally like 2 hours, and then he just plays some bullshit. Usually for like some kind of like thing fishing for like clips, like clippable mods. Just become a variety stream. It's funny because it does seem like you usually like can't last at that act. Like that act has a shelf life before you act. Right, that's just gonna be more tempting, right? Yeah, because he retains like insane amount of viewership when he like even simply as Prime would lose like most of his, not most, well yeah, most, I guess like most, I don't know what counts as most, but like 75% would go, whereas like Liam's like 50% tops. Yo, Bada-O. Bada-O is here. Why is this all weird? Why is this... Why did this change so much? I thought this was... It's like it gets different every time. Yes, we are good. I didn't really draw it all yesterday. I think I did like for like 2 seconds, 30 minutes or something, but I was working on some like Japanese shit, caught up with my Anki backlog. I was working on some writing stuff. How have we been? As in, how have you been? And this time we're finishing all drawing on these illustrations I want to finish. But first we gotta do a little bit of warm up, as usual. Warm up. Futai no Kiwai. Took me a sec to parse that. I always think about that shit, how they how that when they just start like bashing each other over and over again with that, even though that thing's supposed to kill you instantly. Alright, let's do it. We're gonna copy some cells, frames, whatever, with from Hoshikuzu, again, Hoshikuzu Telepath. I watched through episode 3, and it's actually getting pretty fire. I wasn't sure at first because it's, even though it's like Kirarake, it's not, it's like a little bit more plot driven and it's not very like, it took a little bit to get into its swing. But Ep 3 was real fire, so we're hooked in. Drawn heads this time with hair, nice, yeah. It's actually, hair is one of the things I really want to pay attention to with these because some of these anime simplification techniques are really helpful. So, I think we're gonna copy. There's a lot of nice cells in this episode, just nice little bits. I think we're gonna. Some of these I just want to do gestures of. Some of these I want to do a little bit more detail. Let's start with this. It's like the. I must set a word we're not supposed to say. It's the angry lesbian character. Alright, this one I'm gonna do just like a basic gesture thing. I want to kind of indicate the compositional stuff, but no color, nothing, and just a little bit of detail, I think, on the just a little bit of detail to indicate the background, and we're just gonna kind of move on. I want these to be quick, just like boom, just get through these, get the info I want, move on. So I really want to get the clothes I want to draw, my illustrations done ASAP, because it's really close. I just want to be done with those. Know that all my illustration drawing is done, so all I have to worry about for, you know, I don't know, probably like 10 days or something is just painting. And then I'll have all my crap done, and I can just upload a bunch of shit. And up the game dev hours a lot after that. Kind of, yeah. I was gonna kind of all at once, in the sense that it was like probably like one a day type thing. So not like all at once, but maybe two. Maybe some of them two. Maybe some of the like 2 days on, or 2 in 1 day for some of them. Yeah, I just like that for now, for sure, because I'm at this stage too where it's like I said, like I really want to like apply what I learn from one to the other, and just having them like being able to jump between multiple ones has just been insanely helpful. Once I'm really like in the swing of making these, and it feels like nothing. Then I'll just do it one at a time. I just realized, can you hear? Yeah, you can hear Ruby talking. No, you can't. I have, like I said, I always have. Okay, now you can hear in the background. I just loop these lines constantly. At any time, like that's been my thing lately. Just looping VN characters for. Really helpful for learning, like getting a feel for dialogue.
兄はそういうやつだったか。ま、うちも会えて嬉しいよ。っていうかさ。
This game is doing the dialogue ones.
Yeah, that's right.
Shit,
yeah, it feels like mad surreal.
Yeah.
Just makes the whole thing even more awkward.
Yeah.
It's hard to figure. I just have this baggy pants. Hard to figure out exactly how the hips are situated on this. Okay. Yeah, I just want to give. I kind of just want to like pay attention. I'm really interested in some of these fold shapes, and mostly like just kind of the hair a little bit. So I'm just gonna kind of not too cleanly. I'm just gonna kind of throw in a little bit of that stuff. Also, some of the facial expressions I kind of wanna note exactly the mouse doing and stuff. So I don't have a lot of experience with certain facial expressions and stuff. Like especially ones like story functional facial expressions and shit. I have like limited experience drawing a lot of those because you usually only are gonna get them. There's a lot of stuff that would only show up in illustration if you're actually like, you know, working on a like either like manga or anime and stuff. Whoa, that's not clear. Let's move this shit over. Yeah, it's tricky because like you can burn a shocking amount of time just trying to get the like expressions and stuff right. And you know, it affects it affects certain proportional things and stuff as well. So it can snowball into a proportional problem and stuff at times. Worst case scenario. Now I'm like watching anime and stuff like regularly. It'll be a good opportunity to clear that gap. So I want to get up on the, you know, I want to get up on anime compositions and stuff as well because it's like getting a sense for like storyboarding and stuff is super useful. Like if I'm, you know, working on my projects and stuff, you want a sense of all that shit. Purport to virus. What's up? Proportions trip me up a lot. Everyone thing this. Yeah. It's a snowball thing. Yeah, because it's one of those things where it's like you have to know like what the key you have to know that for any picture, you have to know like the key things that like have to be in place a certain way, and then make sure you like don't let those goof up, and don't let, you know, everything snowball into chaos and stuff. Kake's really adamant about how important they are. I assume he means proportions. Falls hard. Yeah. Unless you mean facial expressions, in which case I would also, say yeah. Expressions, yeah, that's why I figured, it occurred to me it's probably what you're talking about. Yeah, they're like super important. Saito's big on talking about it too, and I gotta build my bank. It was funny because when I first got into drawing a long time ago, it was like one of the first things I like really wanted to think about all the time and stuff, and somewhere along the way you're like just like much more interested in you know, trying to just obviously work on just producing a decent picture, getting a sense of like, you know, drawing just bodies and faces and poses in general, and you just kind of like forget about shit like that until you realize like, oh, I really need this knowledge. Pull this up. Okay, face needs to get way pulled like down. Yeah, I'm not used to the. Alright, pull that shit down.
Oh, I didn't notice that, but I think the models in this are like heavily based on the Geometry 2 ones. They almost feel like
Oh, no
very
shit.
modified. I feel like almost. That's probably how they went out done.
The other thing is too is I want to make now that I can like, you know, more or less write like character dialogue and stuff. I say more or less just because I make some mistakes every once in a while. Well, I say every once in a while, but like I frequently make like little mistakes that I've been weeding out more and more. But at any rate, for all intents and purposes, as long as I run it by a native, I can write like dialogue and shit now, and narrative and all that stuff in Japanese. And so it's like I want to take advantage of my current set isn't going to have any word bubbles or anything, but like after my current set of pictures, I want to start taking advantage of putting like, you know, little combining dialogue bubbles and shit with see if I can come up with a little clever like 1 or 2 1 through 4 coma stuff. Because it's just it's a really nice way to enhance the like value of a single picture. I don't know what the fuck just happened there. I'm just gonna draw the iris in first. Really didn't want to pay too much attention to the face, but I still gotta get the proportion stuff ballparked. where I'm not gonna learn how the expression works. This type of mouse shape I am very, very not used to. I've never drawn this type of thing before. Have you ever, because I saw that like Ori Days put out a video where he made it sound really misleading, like, oh, Kakage is my master. He has chosen me as his, like, he's like, it's like my Yoda. But yeah, he was. I just skimmed the video, but it looked like he was saying how he sends stuff in for corrections a lot on his stream. Have you ever done anything like that with Kakage? Like sent in like or anyone else? I was thinking for a really long time how I would like to send in something like an illustration to get comprehensively corrected by Saito at some point, because he always has like really good really good like compositional like he's really good at coming up with shit that like you wouldn't know without his experience. I don't know why the fuck this face is such a problem for me. But yeah, like, cause that would be, I know if I went like really hard, on an illustration and sent it to Saito, and he actually like chose it for a video, I know that he would teach me a lot, so I gotta do that at some point. Oh, you just started, yeah. That's right, you're still learning. I think the most annoying part about sending in an illustration to him would be like he only corrects stuff that's like very like, you know, like high. Well, sometimes he'll just grab like he'll just grab some like beginner crap. Doesn't really make sense to correct because it's just like, you know, those are kind of the dumb ones where he just ends up basically just drawing an original thing real quick over the thing because there's basically nothing to do. But the one annoying part about, like, you know, if I want to send something into Saito is that you have to kind of like burn a illustration because it's like, oh well, you know, now it's kind of Saito's thing. Some people will still upload them, you know, if they're good, and they'll still upload their illustration anyway, and also like use it as a social media piece and also send it to Saito. But it feels kind of weird knowing that like there's this Saito corrected one out there, and it just gets kind of weird. If I was to send one in to him, I would not post it on social media. I would just send it, unless he never took it for corrections. If he just passed over it, then I would upload it. But so at some point I gotta do that. I gotta make an illustration specifically for sending to him for corrections at some point. Because I'd probably learn a crap ton. He's really good too with like, if you ask him like a specific thing you want to know about, he's really, really good with like focusing on that thing specifically. Like if it's like sometimes people will cope. Sometimes people will be like, yo, I want to focus on this. But it's really just a way of saying, like, you know, I couldn't draw the fucking, you know, clothes well or something. You know, it's like, you get that a lot, but in general, if you ask him about a specific thing, he'll tell you about that specific thing. Like if it's specifically like, oh, I wanted this type of thing to happen. I wanted this effect. I wanted people to look at it and, you know, their focus to be here, or I wanted this to be the most appealing part of the whatever. You know, he will actually like do that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because like the deeper you get, the deeper you get in art, the more other people who are good can offer you. Beyond just, you know, basic like mindset or tips or whatever, you know. The more and the better you get, the more people can kind of just like give you tangible techniques and vital knowledge and shit. So like you don't want to like pass that up. If you're like passing that up, you're gonna create extra work. Really was curious how the goggles are done because they have a nice minimalistic thing, obviously. And I was like getting mildly. I got mildly owned when I was trying to draw the fucking goggles onto Mimi the other day. I think they ended up decent, but it took a while, and the first time was disastrous. So. Alright. Oh, I see. I fucking okay, no, we're fine, we're good. Watching Naoki Sensei a lot, base. So I go learning Japanese more than drawing without. That's fine, man. I mean, art's one of those things you take at your own pace. Because, like, the thing with art is that art can be rewarding immediately. Whereas, like, if it's like Japanese is just, I mean, Japanese can be rewarding immediately in many ways, but like for the most part, like you want to understand, you know, it's a barrier to content. But there's a lot to be said for just like enjoying the act of drawing or enjoying what you made, even if it's like, you know, not fire. Oh, shit. Well, let's just keep going. I think when I started watching Saito, I was like right at the point where I was like right at the point with Japanese where I never had to like really like look up anything while watching him. I think I learn a new word from Saito like every here and there, every once in a while, every couple of videos maybe or something. So that was like nice. I never really like, I never had that like language barrier with him. His translations tend to suck too. The translations on his videos. No, it's just like that. Not to, I don't know. This is turning into too careful of a. I need to remember that this is just supposed to be rough. I'm just getting the idea, the design idea. What is that hairpiece she has? It's a very like interesting shape. I gotta look at the manga real quick to see what the fuck. 'Cause it's in a very symbolic form here. I have no idea what that is in her hair. Wow, he pays for those? God damn. I was thinking it was like volunteers or something. It's messed up. Let's see. Visual art. Matataki. Let's see. Oh, it's like a rope type thing. It's like a hairband that's rope-like, I see. Interesting. Yeah, you can see it a little more clearly on the... I assume this is official sete, but yeah. It's like a weird... Yeah, it's like a... It's like a two... it's like a folded over ropey kind of thick scrunchy thing. Well, it's not really a scrunchy, it's like a... I don't know what you call it. Oh, all the... Yeah. That's insane. Wonder how much he gets on that. I actually don't know what he offers on it. I know he offers free stuff on it sometimes, but I don't know what his like paywalled stuff is. This has to be wide, yeah, because this is supposed to extend all the way over to near where the, yeah. Yeah, not a lot, yeah. Yeah, it looks like a piece of... yeah. That is probably the intention, since she's like a mechanic type. Boom. Boom. Yeah, some of this effect. Alright, sweet. And then from there, I just kind of wanted to look at some of the folds just a little bit. Not like super closely though, so it's like just some of the major directions, like boom, boom. Yeah, what I really like these like in this show, or at least on this episode. There's like these really nice, like kind of like blocky contour folds that looked like really, really good. They gave like a very like they gave this like toony yet realistic impression. And they have like kind of that kind of like stiff, rigid feeling that I really like. This is good. That's nice. Ah, shit. Yeah, I see. So there's like a boom like that. It's a nice kind of fold pocket that forms. Then it goes down like that. Just indicate the handle a little bit. So, you know, I like paying attention to situational hand poses because you never know when you're gonna need that exact situation. You want just like a little bit of experience with it. Alright, that's too small now, maybe bigger. Like, more or less like that. But... This is all too big down here. Alright, that's one. I think I'll probably just do 2 more, and they're going to be less careful than this one. One of them I just want to do the gesture. So I gotta get up for a sec. got this little kefir drink thing. It's like a little mini cum chalice. Muchiro fan, hello. Smile. Whoa. How are you? We are warming up. Now we're gonna draw a little bit, and hopefully we finish what we're trying to draw. I'm trying to finish drawing the clothes on all my current illustrations I'm working on. After this practice, and then hopefully I can do a little coding after that. Actually, on this one, I wanted to look at the composition just slightly. I kind of wanted to indicate the composition just a little bit. So let's see. It's like this is actually a stitched together cut. This was a panning cut. So it's not the actual boundaries of the actual screen. See. Yeah, so it's pretty much centered. So slightly left biased. And then you get like the garage door making up most of it. Yeah, so because she ends up being like almost feeling like not exactly what I would say about this composition, but just a little bit of shadow on it. And then there's the beams running across. Actually, let's do these with a little bit of time. And yeah, so the ones that the eye level one is the one that's perfectly horizontal, is like at her sort of chest area. Oh, I see. Yeah, but because this one sort of confirms your eye level. Because I'm pretty sure this was a panning up cut, so it almost has a feeling like you're looking up at her. Slightly, very slightly.
You should have
Yes. And the yeah, so at the groin area, it's going like that. Okay, then I wanted to do a gesture study. This is another stitched cut. She moved slightly as it panned up, so the arms don't like quite match up. So I'm just gonna do a quick little gesture of this one. Cute, yeah, very cute. I really like the designs and stuff. I forgot this anime designer's name, but he works with Gokumi a lot. It's good stuff, and the manga designs are just natively really good. Okay, let's do this. So this one I'm gonna actually no, I'll just do a quick mannequin and then I'll kind of box it in after. Oh, what the fuck? The pink hair girl even has the not incredibly commonly seen middle hair part stressed as well on this. I remember I've seen 3 episodes now, so I should know her name. Akeuchi, yeah. I didn't think too hard about choosing that trait. I just it just felt right. So.
You don't see it a lot.
Yeah, you definitely don't see it a ton. Like for example, like in Like out of every character like Tsunaka's ever designed, for example, I think IF is the only one other than maybe one others kinda has it. So I think a little bit more common is when there's a middle part, but there's not a gap. But I don't know how common that is either. This scene was Kina. The scene from this screenshot. I think I actually want to do a separate quick copy of these hands in a sec. Can't tell if the hips should be a little bit lower. Yeah, probably like.
You get a chance.
Oh, take a look. Yeah. Give me like 2 seconds, just because I want to finish this thought before. Because I won't know what I'm looking at when I get back. It's like foot can't be too far back. Okay, I'm all set. Let's take a look. Okay. I think I want to I want to grayscale this thing real quick. So that I can take a look just at the value distribution of the composition. Hi, Pro Kicks. Hello, Pro Kicks. Where is this? Oh, there it is. No, not gray. Yeah, no, gray. I just want to take a look at the value distribution of this. How are we doing tonight? Yes, there's a lot of... Yeah, so she's left biased in this composition. Digital will always be harder to control your hand, even no matter what it is, whether it's an iPad, a tablet with a screen, a tablet without a screen. It's always going to be harder to control your hand, and that's why you see people undoing so much. That's why undo is always set to a hotkey, because like IRL, you don't have to erase a fraction as much as you have to undo, but it's just a shitty thing you have to get used to. The artist Shun Saeki, the guy who, aka Tosh, the guy who did illustrated Shokugeki no Soma, did like all the manga work for that and stuff. he's obviously like insane, but he was saying how like it's just never as comfortable as paper. It's just never going to be as comfortable. So it's just one of those things you have to get used to. One option is to just draw all your stuff on paper and either take a photo of it or scan it and then paint over that. Just do the painting digitally. Or yeah, just set undo to a hotkey and just get used to the fact that you have to undo a lot, sadly. Or find a brush that's a little bit more forgiving. Like I'm using right now I'm using like almost like a pen-like brush, but you can use a more forgiving brush like no, that one's still kind of, this one I like a lot because this one's kind of low commitment. It's a little bit lower commitment, so I can kind of go a little light. I can kind of go, you know, that type of thing. You can use lower commitment brushes. In general, though, yeah, it's just always going to be, worse in that regard. No matter how much time you spend. And there is like a muscle memory curve. Like you have to put in like at least like several hundred digital hours before the sort of digital muscle memory builds up. Yeah. The markery one. Yeah, I like that one a lot. I use that one a decent bit. For some reason, I keep insisting on using this pen for now. For some reason, I don't want to use anything other than this one for the moment, but I can't really explain exactly why, though. Okay, so this one is very, yeah, so this is a really interesting case where the darkness is essentially established through like really, really high saturation. Because like really, really high saturation essentially functions the same as darkness because it is kicking up the inherent value. So when you grayscale it, when you grayscale it with inherent value taken into account, it looks very dark compared to the rest of it, so it creates a... As I was saying, I really like about this show is how a lot of compositions in this show are very colorful, but they have a very strong kind of like gloomy thing behind them, kind of like sad, because like the story in the show itself is decent bit sad, even with a... It's kind of like, I don't know, bittersweet. And bittersweet with the bitter threatening to be the dominant force at all times. So yeah, that's like really cool to see at the internet. That kind of... that high saturation, letting it be colorful but functioning as like a dark spot. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. So the iPad is not a bad tool for that at all, for sure. A lot of company professional or industry professionals do in fact use it, and yeah, it's one of those things that like you the main draw to it is always going to be like, typically digital painting is always going to be the ability to do like the painting tropes that I mean, technically you can do any painting trope traditionally, but the ones that are obviously easiest done digitally, like the the types of painting you see in like visual novels and stuff. And you know, the sort of meta of you know, like they Bishoujo Nuri, as they call it. That's sort of like the biggest draw to digital, is those kind of techniques that you can't really replicate. You know, other than the fact that just, you know, everyone just obviously likes it because of the ease of whatever, and the fact that you don't have to deal with physical tools and all that crap. But yeah, I mean, if you can already do cool stuff with physical stuff, then, you know, there's no reason to force yourself. But in my 2 years progress, oh, never colored. Yeah, coloring is a thing some people put off. That does happen. I was saying how, especially animators, the I'm talking about, like, I mentioned Hyde a lot. He's really, his name is Hide, but Hyde, he's extremely good at drawing. He's been a working animator for a long time. He just got into color very recently, and he's been kind of slowly getting better at it and stuff. And it's not something you have to always kind of do, so to speak. It's something you can ease into. The better you are at drawing, the easier it is to get better at color. But they are still very separate things. And I've been learning a lot lately about it myself, like color stuff. I'm not very good at it. Value studies and stuff, like what I'm doing right here, like, this is a really, really rough quick one, but more careful value studies and stuff can be a really good bridge into getting good at color too. The better you are with values, the better you're gonna inherently be at color. You can as long as it works, go join the Discord server, and you can either DM me if or you can just post it in the public chat if you don't mind other people seeing it, because I'm definitely interested. Let me see if the link works. There should be a link in the video description, or the stream description rather. Let me just make sure it's working. Yeah, the Discord link works, so. Oh, you're in it. Yeah, let me take a look. Oh, that's right, you did join it. Are you, actually, I say that's right, but you must be using a different name, because... Let me see what name we got. We are yeah, just DM me. Is that you're obviously using a different name? Oh, LX. Oh yeah, there you are. I'll send a smile at you, smiley. Okay, let's see. I want to do like one more study, and then that'll be that. I think I want to do. Just the basic. I wanted to get used to the simple 2-character thing. 2 characters interacting like that. Copying AI. I suppose that's potentially an exercise. I could see some pitfalls with that, but I guess it all depends on how you're doing it. It was actually funny. I remember when the original like make girl AI dropped before the whole like AI art like the recent like AI or novel AI art thing exploded. This was like 2018, I want to say. You would often get like draw threads and stuff on IC of like, oh, interpret these AI drawings, and sometimes people would do some really funny stuff because they would be like they could get quite chaotic sometimes, like the stuff that the AI would shit out. Actually, I did save some of the more like interesting AI generated stuff, because like to me AI is actually just like by far at its most interesting when it's shitting out something like kind of chaotic that a person would never do themselves, but like if you were to interpret it, it would give you like an interesting idea, because the normal like the current like the novel AI is like obviously just as it is basically just like, as everyone knows now, it's just like a sort of collage of existing shit, and like you can often just see what it took from in it if you know what it's trying to take from. Depends what it's trying to take from too, like depending on like how much is like available or how many similar things exist to what it's trying to do. Like the new novel AI like build or whatever, edition, whatever you want to call it, version, whatever came out recently, it's a little more powerful, and like people were like trying to see what it can do and stuff. One guy kept trying to make it do like Soejima shit, kept taking the same face every time, and like the body doesn't fit at all, and like looks really fucking stupid. And yeah, there's just like a real, the AI that was like much more interesting to me was like when it would shit out like, I mean, it can still do it if you get like a weird bad prompt, but so he's when it like shits out something like visually incomprehensible, and then you have to like interpret that, and you can get maybe an interesting design idea out of that or something. That's the best use of it, in my opinion.
What the fuck?
This is the fanboys, because I've never met a single person that's like, not even the stands can. I've actually talked to actual stands that are like, yeah, there's nothing I can say about that one. Two character stuff is stuff I gotta get really used to. Like characters like physically interacting, you know. So anime's good for that.
Yeah.
The heads are very tall in this style. Not really used to that. Music back. The uniforms in this show are very similar to Yuki Yuna's. I think the character design set, not the actual like Genon, but I think because it's all, you know, they're both Gokumi, and I think it's the same character design. But what did I gotta remember what Yuki Yuna's uniforms look like. Oh, that's right. Those were more of a square. Yeah, it's the same type though. What's epic about Yuki Yuna is that like almost doubles as like a. It sort of doubles as a It slightly doubles as a like slice of life, Kirara-esque thing.
You're not getting kicked out because not getting kicked out.
No, I still got it.
Okay, this doesn't seem like I'm getting kicked out.
Yeah, it's still working for me. Oh, the bass is like too strong in this song. Nice. Let's take a look. Let's see what's happening. What, you don't want me to pull them up on stream, right? I'll just look at them. Okay. Oh crap. I should have done this on the time. Let's take a look. Can't draw fingers. Yeah, they take time. You have to be either pretty experienced or really just interested in like drawing hands and stuff. Nice, yeah, no, this is you're on your way, for sure. I would say, well, the thing you're probably gonna benefit most from is two things. I would say the two things you would benefit most from are, there's a type of practice I would do a lot, where I would take like an illustrator. Take like an illustrator you really, really like. It can be, could be manga as well, but this works best with an illustrator. Get some real high res shit. Let me see. It's there's some, it was some real, it was pretty opie pilled, so I don't even know if I want to show it on the YouTube stream. Either way. I'm trying to think of like a really high res picture I can pull up just to illustrate my idea. This should be big. This should be very big. Okay, so you take an illustrator you really, really like. Never mind. Are we, never mind then, because you're flat pilled, or never mind just because never mind? We're anything goes, camp. But if I had to say, it'd be flat. Okay, so you take an illustrator you really like, get some high res stuff, and yeah, you literally try to, even if it takes a long time to get through it all, even if it takes a very long time to get through the whole picture, very carefully try to replicate, you know, the look and thickness of their lines. I'm doing it very quickly here. Normally I'd be more cautious. Actually, I'd probably try to find a brush that's as similar as possible. The brush does not have to be that similar. It just, the more important thing is the thickness. And like if the line is like broken up or not, like where is the line? You know, like as you can see, this isn't the best scan, but you know, you can still see. As you can see on this bracelet, the line is it's fading out here, and it's getting a little broken up here. Then it kind of continues. Mikey Mega Man. Oh, Darvius. Yeah, or Davius. Davirus. I will answer that actually in a sec. So, literally, it doesn't matter how long it takes. Just, you know, just replicate the lines. Learn how to replicate the lines. This type of practice is extremely good for when you need to learn how to, like, refine your shit. Like, you're trying to get a more refined sense of just shape and line and stuff. Really, really good way of practicing. So that's one I would recommend, and then the other one I recommend is just more gestures, more gesture drawing. Literally the thing I'm doing right now, where you take a good good art and you just, you know, you get the gestures, you get the general gestures, and go to also, as always, go here, go to the Hide channel, Hide channel, go to the playlists, this list right here, Zenshin ga kakeru you ni naru. This is the good shit. Follow along, draw with him. Rewind where you have to rewind. Do these exercises with him because these will make you a beast. So if you do those two things, yeah, he's epic. Yeah, seems like everyone knows about him these days. He's epic. So if you do those two things, I guarantee you will get a lot better after like 6 months, or 6 months to a year. You will get a million times better from including those two exercises in your routine. So yeah. It is true. Everyone does ultimately say, like, to pick an artist who's good and you really like to really like learn from and all that, and because obviously it works and it's extremely good. But if you can't narrow it down, that's honestly not that big of a deal. In the sense that you can still get away with getting better. It's all Mikey's. Yeah. You can still get a lot better. What the hell does how did I end up on this layer? Yes, you can still get a lot better, but the problem comes in when you don't have like any sort of target that like you don't have a specific idea you're trying to achieve for that specific drawing session. Like the problem comes in when like say I try to draw, but I just don't even I'm not tangibly thinking about exactly like what type of style I'm trying to produce in this exact moment when I draw. So the most important thing is not that you're necessarily married to an exact like style every single time, but that at least per session you're trying to achieve a certain look with properties and you understand the properties that you're trying to achieve. Because every style is born out of obviously the same fundamentals, but they all use obviously different like shape. The word Psycho would always use is shape language, and it's a good term. So I'm going to use his term. They use different shape languages, but some styles share elements of their shape languages. Like their shape languages have things in common. So as long as you understand what you're trying to do in the immediate, like, oh, okay, I'm trying to draw this type of style. It's going to be this type of style. It's going to be this type of shape language. As long as you have that, very clear and you can name, like, say, 5 similar artists to what you're trying to do who have used these elements and stuff or use similar things, you'll keep getting better, and you can just change that as you go. Yeah. See, that's really common. I relate to that because it was similar to me for a period. And the most important thing is just that, every time you do draw, you're defining the actual like look you're trying to achieve for that moment. And sometimes just because I have a certain type of look I always like try, that's like like my serious drawing, there's a certain type of look I'm trying to achieve. It's heavily based it's heavily inspired by Tsunako, but there's a few other elements from styles that have some things in common in there as well. And I had to find out which elements are compatible with what to learn how to get the certain look I try to go for now when I draw. But sometimes for fun, I will just draw in a different style. Like sometimes I will just try to be like, just for fun, I'm going to try to draw like, this type of animator or something, which is very different from like Tsunako that I usually try to draw more similar to. So that's what's important. What's important is that each time you specifically draw, you're trying to do a specific thing and you're trying to understand a specific shape language. That's the important part. Not necessarily that you're looking at a single artist just for the sake of looking at that artist. That's much less important. Okay. All right. Well, that's it for warm up. We're gonna finish. We are going to finish drawing the clothes I wanted to draw now. So I'm gonna do that. I think I have to hide my thing. I think I also have to take a piss in a sec. 2 goals. Creating a mangaka / illustrator. That's a very standard, solid goal. The nice thing about social media is that you can do both at once. You can make manga, put it on your social media. You can do illustration, put it on your social media. I muted the mic, but I meant to hide the things I don't like. I usually don't like showing like what's cooking in my folders. But I guess I just showed you anyway. Yeah, there's no reason to force yourself to show stuff before you're happy with it. Just get happy with it, then show it. It can be there, you know. It can just be needless pressure. At times, that can be good pressure, but you know, there's no reason to. If you're not genuinely happy with what you're doing, or at least partially happy, there's no reason to force it. Let's see where were we. Oh yeah, that's right. We're finishing. The face was bugging me a little bit. Still slightly bugging me. I'm gonna redraw the mouth. Yes, if you're scared of bad criticism, it's usually best to ease into that by showing people in like closed communities first. You know, like just show individual people stuff, get used to that. Like work your way up. Like, okay, now I'm gonna show stuff. I'm gonna show stuff to one person, then I'm gonna show stuff to, you know, a couple people, then I'll show stuff to like a small community, bigger community. That's what I find the best way to go about it. Is also just try to get to the point where the happier you are with your stuff, the less you're gonna give a crap what people say. It's not liking the orientation of this eye. I think that's better. No, that's still not quite right. Maybe if I do that. Yeah. I think that's more what I'm looking for.
Yo, isn't this my boy right here?
Yes. That is, yeah. Oh, he drew this whole ending.
Oh. There was actually a cut in here. I was wondering if it was actually him.
Huh.
I wonder if he also did that one because I actually did.
Oh, because he would work with AIC a lot.
Yes, yeah.
So, what was he, like, semi-in-house, or did he have just, like, a good relationship with them?
He just had a good relationship.
That's crazy.
That might have actually been right then.
Best GKO, it's gonna be Suahas. Oh, fuck it. I almost forgot how to... I almost forgot how to write, Wa for a second. Tsuahas. He's funny as fuck. He's got great energy. I mean, he's actually pretty good at games. I gotta piss again.
Yeah, it actually starts and runs with stop dilly-dallying them. It's gonna be a good
Yeah, I should throw on that. I should throw on that GK at some point. I'm interested in that game, but it's not the type of thing I could ever see myself actually putting the time into playing. So maybe I'll be an air player, an AAP poo, and put on his GK at some point. It's funny, everyone always recommends me I watch Tim Rogers, Boku, Rotmax to his like 6 hour, the action button review. I can't stand Tim Rogers or whatever. Did you know he claims to be Deku, but he's actually Dekinai as fuck. I gotta find it. This clip is too good. This clip is just too good. Let me see. Ichi page.
I wonder if there's any animation or kind of one.
Oh, no shit.
He has a few Tenchi credits.
No shit.
He might have been back actually then in how to actually.
Oh, at this time, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, I found it. I found this shit. This is some real damning stuff. I was thinking about making a video, like a hit piece video on him, or at least like a real like effort tweet with like some crazy. It was Tokimeki. Yeah, I was thinking of doing like a real like going after him. But it just felt like a waste of time, and I don't want a bunch of angry. I don't want a bunch of angry fanboys, a bunch of angry stans coming at me. At some point, if I grow large enough, I will own him one day. But when it's not relevant anymore. All right, check this shit out. This is insane. Can you show how to draw this type of? Yeah. I'll show you my thought process in 2 seconds. Actually, let's just laugh at Tim Rogers first. All right, this shit's insane. This shit's actually insane. Hopefully, this is not too quiet or too loud. Let's turn Liam off.
People in the YouTube comments tried to gotcha me over my translation of this line. Like, you say it's like the first page of a romance novel, though Ichibamen means it's like the first scene in a romance novel. How can we trust the rest of the review when this guy used the word botched? He said when you botched a translation that simple. It's like, I don't know, man, it's localization. I don't know, page sounds better. Yeah, so I got gotcha'd by like, I think it was like 6 different people. I deleted one of the comments and I said, I'm going to delete this for you. I replied first, said, I'm going to delete this for you in case anyone you know sees it and laughs at you. Yeah, it was pretty good. We're going to go ahead. Watch your face. Ready? Here it comes. Going to have the shotgun ready. Here it comes.
Okay. I think that was it. But anyway, yeah, he doesn't. He thinks like Ichi. He thinks Ichi in that context just means first. And then, so it was like a Dekinai versus Dekinai, where some Dekinais tried to correct him. Let's go. You got that shit wrong. He doesn't correct their mistake, because they try to call him out for a mistake, correct him wrong. He doesn't in turn correct them. It's fucking hilarious. It's insane. This is the dude doing official translations of shit. I deleted your comment for it. Insane. Like, I think I learned my first year of Japanese the ichi thing, that like ichi just means like a. You know, I think I learned that literally my first year because it's like hard to not. That dude is something deeply wrong with that guy. That dude lived in Japan like 10 years or something. It's fucked up. Okay, so I actually gotta make some fixes. I don't really like some of these lines. So, this is like a frill-like situation. This is mostly an issue of frills. The thing with frills is that the most important thing is the connect is what they would be if they were yeah, Deki 9 and Dekiru are I think they go back to DJT. I think they're based on the whole like Deki 9 Chan thing. There's this whole history with this site that was like you can't learn Japanese alone or something. And I think it's said in Japanese like Hitori de Nihongo. I don't know. Like whatever. Benkyo Dekinai or something like that. I don't know. And yeah, it became a whole meme. Yes, it's not gonna make it for Nihonga. So the most important thing is just what's going on, where the actual like peaks of these things. So it's really functioning by. It's really just functioning by what it would be if it was like, you know, if it was just like a more cone like thing. So you gotta make sure that you always start by getting your general like cone shape in. Or it won't look good. In fact, actually right here, I'm actually not fully pleased with the way that's going because it's actually a little bit awkward. It's making it's straying too far from the cone, so I'm actually gonna change that right now. But then in general, frills really show the shape system you're working with. And I'm using a slightly more like kind of rigid shape system, so that means I'm gonna have lots of moments where, you know, like this, where it's like and then it cuts firmly in the other direction. I'm gonna have lots of moments of these kind of straighter lines. When it does turn, it kind of turns and then it kind of harshly turns the other way. I'm gonna have a lot of those because I'm using a little bit more of a rigid system. Lots of kind of like little blockier motions to like cut across and then a cut down. Stuff to make it feel kind of like stiffer. But if you look at the relevant pick in the server for Trade Decky 9, I probably guess what it is. But if you see here, they're a little bit smoother. This style, the pre-Kuni art style, is a little bit natively a little bit rigid anyway, so there's going to be a little bit of stiffness in the style, but it's definitely like a little smoother than the way I do it. So it's really the actual frill details are really how the actual individual style expresses itself at that point. So it's going to change a lot depending on. And then the most important thing is just you have to know a little bit of basic perspective to know, like, you know, what direction they're going in. So it's like if it's going this way, you got to know to make sure that it's like, okay, what does a loaf of bread look like facing this direction? What does a loaf of bread look like facing this direction? What does a loaf of bread look like facing? Each frill can be thought of as like a different loaf of bread. What happens if it goes face straight down? You know what I mean? What happens if it goes kinda downish? You just want to know all those directions and stuff, and then you're good to go. Yeah, I couldn't. That clip was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Just Deki Nai infighting. Holy shit, that was a funny picture. The two gatekeepers of Deki here. What the hell happened to Mimi's face? Oh, there it is. Alright, so let's finish this up real quick. No problem. It's pretty funny. You're gonna hear it a lot. Okay, let's do this. Alright, so as far as details remaining, I gotta make her mittens a little bit bigger. Oh, Kyoko also lost her face. This isn't how they're going to be placed in the final thing. They're going to be placed a little. They're going to be organized a little bit differently. But this is just so I can see all of them individually. The actual final composition is going to take place within this square frame probably. But I'll do like Sabuns and stuff, so you'll be able to see the others on their own as separate. Like Pixiv lets you upload a million pictures into one post, so I'm just gonna separate them out to their own pictures. Where are we at? I'm still not 100% satisfied with how her face came out, but I just, it gave me so much shit. I have to just be happy with it and move on. Where are we? Okay. Good morning, Neko. What's up? Based Neko in chat. I think I want to shave just a tiny bit. Alright, that should be fine. Let's move on. No, I don't think I want to rock the boat further with this. Yes. Yes, we care about different time zones. That's why we That's why we live on a non-24-hour schedule. Euro detected, yeah. The Euro pores are waking up. No, I'm just kidding. You're not. You're not a Euro pore. You're a Euro. You're a Euro king. Actually, Russia's technically Asia, isn't it? Where the fuck are we? Where are we? The hell? Oh, okay, I see. Alright. Alright, let's pick this up. Alright, that's better. Wait. That's right. Yeah, no, that's not the end. Yeah, because this is... She has this, like, thing, this, like, I don't know how to describe it. She has, like, some kind of leather thing attached to the end of her mitten. Been considering more Europe because of the yeah, because probably yeah, it's basically treated like Eastern Europe, but the borders are closed now. Yeah, crazy. Edinburgh. Is there something specifically good there? Edinburgh. Yes, that's Scotland. That's right. Yeah. Can visit visit that dude. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think the architecture's epic. Yeah. There's this one Scottish dude who was in the DJT for a little bit. He was like one of the craziest people I've ever met, and he would say so much shit, and you couldn't tell like what was a lie, what was real. He was actually really funny, but sadly he disappeared. He went by like wandering, I think. Alright, let's do the frills. Alright, so this is well, it's actually 3 sets of frills. Plus arm frills. I think I'll just do the arm frill first. This needs to go down slightly for sure. This just keeps bugging me. No. I think this is one of those situations where I have no choice but to kind of do the eye in a way I don't feel is like quite optimal, because changing it would kind of break too many things. So we're gonna have to just live with this. Music slaps that, yeah. All the these new sound songs they go hard as hell. It's like I did see that. Name. I assume you're talking about the Wandering dude. Yeah, he was wild. Wandering was crazy. Even after the dust has settled, I still don't know like what was the truth and what was madness in his stories about himself. Not super happy with the goggles still, but I'll have to do it. I think I just want to move this slightly. I'm not going to micromanage too much with Mimi because she is in the background. It's probably just not a good idea. I just gotta hide the screen for a second. Alright, we're good. Okay. Oh, I should pull up a I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner, but I need to pull up a picture of some frills. Yeah. So okay. Alright, let's do this. Alright, let's do it. I gotta clean up the flour and stuff in her hair in a minute. Do that after. Let's... Okay. Yeah, what I was considering doing was, like making a whole video about like a quick video with like zoomer like TikTok style editing, where like I quickly tell you how I quickly make it clear just how shit that clip indicates Tim Rogers must be at Japanese. Like kind of putting it in perspective. I was thinking of, you know, putting that on like YouTube and Twitter and shit. And part of me wishes I did, but at the same time, it was just not really. I don't think I would have gained much from that. So, Tim Rogers is definitely It's definitely on one of my lists for sure. I don't think he's like influencing that much, honestly, outside of his like Rotmax vids that I don't think anyone takes like that seriously. I think they just like them because they're long and for Rotmax, and he does make a fuck ton of money on Patreon though. So he is like siphoning up, you know, resources and stuff. It's definitely some kind of problem. It's definitely something we'd be better off without. He hasn't uploaded in a year based. That was good. That was good news. I wonder why his Patreon is so powerful despite that. Maybe it's not as powerful as I thought. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong. I remember it being like 10 grand a month or something. Yeah, the Hawkage that can play. Yeah. Kind of funny that. Kind of funny that he got that reputation because. I guess it just goes to show just how scarce it is to have people, you know, in these gaming spheres and stuff that, you know, have any ability whatsoever. And then, you know, have some kind of decent platform of some kind to you know, to show it off. Okay. He wrote some of the most. It's funny because he would probably never do it now because it was a 2011 or whatever when he did it. It was a very different time, but he wrote this one article from for Kotaku that it was closer to like a novella than a freaking article. It was so long, and it was just him ranting about how he hates Japan. He hates living in Japan. He hates Japan for it was just Japan Man bad for like 10,000 words or something, and it was like one of the single most soy things I've ever seen in my entire life. Actually insane. Well, actually, like literally, I'm not even saying soy figuratively. Pretty sure he's vegan, which kind of says it all. So really all you need to know about a vegan. I don't know. I actually don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if he's married or what he was doing there. I can't remember. He was a big games journalist for a period, which was kind of how he got his platform in the first place. So that's a good question. I actually don't know. You'd think it'd be something like that that's keeping him there, but I'm actually not sure. Can't tell if I'm getting a good frill out of this. I think I want it to be a little bit more. I'm trying to think. A little bit more layered feeling. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, 44 and it was like a zoom, it's fucked up. That's what, I don't know, estrogen keeps you young or something, I don't know. Keeps you not necessarily physically young, but like keeps you looking like a child. Some of these weird vegan types, if they even like manage to live long enough, definitely get a little bit of that like Akira kid look where you're like, it happens to transgenders sometimes too, where you look like you're both an old man and a kid at the same time. He really does just look like a kid. Employment is a vegan. What was Employment do again?
Who?
Employment. What was his thing again?
Oh, isn't he like the? He's like the cringy, like, you know, like self-appointed, like 4chan, fucking ambassador. That's what I remember.
Oh,
That
yeah.
could be wrong, though.
That's right, yeah, because he would make those videos about.
Yeah, I'm not sure though. Actually, I can't remember if I'm mixing him up with somebody.
Yeah, I feel like there's a huge. I feel like there's a huge. Let's turn on Conning Night. I feel like there's a huge overrepresentation of vegans amongst YouTubers, kind of like how there's a huge representation of LGBT amongst YouTubers.
You get swag for being a vegan.
Yes, yes. Yes, they definitely, investors definitely want you to be a vegan. You kind of, oh, okay, so he was like he was an old, yeah, YouTube pooper. I see, that's right.
That's pretty good.
But now he does now he's known more for his essays,
Okay.
his video essays. Yeah, a lot of vegan and LGBT. That being said, we low key stan Nico Cotto. Nico Cotto is based as fuck, but otherwise, yeah, it's fucked up. Let me show you my favorite Nico Cotto picture. I just woke up in a pile of spicy noodle shit. There's smashed poop all of my sheets. Sheets. That's what we're spraying. He is, but yeah. Rough start of the day. Yeah. Today was I had to run some errands and shit today, so today's a little bit of a slowish day. Today will be a good day if I can just get these freaking outfits done, because they're causing me pain. The fact that they're not done. I don't know what I was thinking. I was like, oh, let me take like 3 of the most tricky, complex designs I've seen in a long time and put all 3 characters in the same picture. That was not smart of past me. Yeah, he's unhinged, exactly. And he just dabs on people. He makes people seethe. He dabs on cringe people. He gives no fucks. He's not what the LGBT want, etc. Severe. He constantly spammed his videos. Severage. I don't think I know that, dude. Oh, you mean about avocados day? Yeah, yeah. Rough start, exactly. Yeah, today was a little bit similar energy for me. Okay, let's cut away the body details. So we get. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. He's always 2 steps ahead. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's probably fine. I'll just move on. I don't like this contour though. Try doing. This. Let's do it. Holy shit. That's insane. Yeah, he's a fucking It's a true Mad Lab. It's funny because, like, Nico Kato is like the natural. He's like the natural. I don't know. Be chaotic neutral or whatever. Chaotic good. Chaotic neutral good. He's like the natural response to like the current cultural climate. He's like an inevitable stand of like protest. Yes. Although he's talking about like, I love the one too. He's like, he loves seeing people struggle. Love seeing the strugglers. His comment sections are always just incredible. Like you see people like genuinely mauling. Alright, good. Next thing. Save. Alright, we are almost there. 3 sets of frills, and we are... Oh, and the sandals. But yeah, 3 sets of frills and the sandals, and we are good to go. Okay. Oh, a lot of the frills are blocked by her own arms, so we won't even see much. Yeah, most of them are just blocked, so you're not even gonna see it. You see maybe a tiny bit of that. I'm not even gonna include that because you wouldn't see it. Alright, so we're almost done. Holy shit. These are sort of, what's the word? Serrated, I guess? Is that the right word? Serrated frills. What does serrated mean again? Yeah, they're serrated. Jagged edge, saw like. The skirt frills are a little uneven, I guess. Okay, well, first off, they're not supposed to be like this. One part is supposed to be ahead of the other part. I don't know how the fuck this happened. It's not supposed to happen. I think I misinterpreted what I drew. Because it's supposed to be, what the hell happened to her face? Yeah, it's supposed to be like that. Alright, nice. Yeah, this shit was insane. I mean, I took many breaks, but yeah, it's not fun. I mean, it was fun to make, but the amount of time it took was not fun. Part of it was because part of the problem was that actually just drawing Misogi's body took way longer than like just the actual just like this took so long to get right. The reference, by that you mean the the magazine cut, because they didn't release these Tachie in the art book yet. This would have to be art book volume 4. I have other ones of them. Like I have other references. Yeah, like here. The Mizugi event for them, their individual character stories were really good, but the one where it was all 3 of them was like one of the weaker, was like a weaker event, which was unfortunate. But their individual character stories were really good though. There's one part where Misogi starts like, it's the IRL, because in pre-Kone, there's like there's like the digital world. People don't know it's the digital world, and then there's the IRL world. There's this part where Misogi starts like singing and shit. She like makes up a song. It's like just insanely good. As in the it's like cute, funny, emotional, just Kino. Let's just see that this is. I think we need to. Where the hell are they? What the hell layer was they down on? Oh, there they are. These need to be a little bit bigger. It's kind of awkwardly small at the moment. The song goes so hard. I've listened to the song like 100 times. The Deep Forest. Keenan composed it. Eastern Sound. I don't think it's an adaptation of any Toho song. I think it's just an original. If I was to draw all of them again, it would definitely go a lot faster because I know their hairstyles and I know these outfits now. I will draw them again too, so. But probably not all three at once again. And if I do all draw all three at once, they'd be like, you just see like maybe the like upper body or face or whatever of some of the others. But yeah, this was, this gave me a run for my money. Okay, we are almost there. Now we just gotta do a couple frills that are actually gonna overlap this one slightly. Did watch the game. I don't believe I did. I forgot that that was even a thing. Good night, Bato. Hope today was nice and productive. Sleep well. I totally forgot that the Game Awards are a thing. There's this one, Kojima had a moment. I'm gonna have to see that after this.
Kojima
had some kind of moment at the Game Awards. I don't know.
An awkward moment? Or
Oh, he got an award.
That's pretty cringe.
Almost. Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot it was the Game Awards because I did see on Indie Dev Twitter, which is sort of synonymous with saying radical left Twitter. I did see that some of them talking about it a little bit. think they were trying to get a I think they were trying to petition some kind of like they were trying to petition some kind of I can't remember what it was. It was some kind of like Palestine aid fund thing or something.
Wait, for what does this have to do with the game?
I don't know. I couldn't figure that out. Oh, we got a new game coming out. Finally. It's been like...
Isn't it just the sequel to the Walking thing?
Oh, that's right. I forgot that already got announced. Hello, Wiley. Hope you're doing well. Game. Not a movie. Definitely not a movie. I gotta fix up this area.
Jesus Christ.
What the fuck? Jordan Peele is working on him. Is working with him on the game. That's. I don't know. I don't know why I'm surprised at this point. But...
He just goes printing like random actors. And
yeah.
Western stuff. It's fucking funny.
It's like his goal is to. It's like the it's like the Japanese what is it? Like the Hyakunin no Tomodachi fucking nursery rhyme thing or whatever. He's like that, but with like paused industry people.
To be fair, Jordan Peele easily like contacted him in this case, probably.
Oh right, it's a good point. Yeah, it was probably Jordan's idea. Still doesn't know English based. Yeah, he it's funny because he does seem to be good at keeping a thing where like he does seem to be like keep a thing where like he tries to keep it so that like people he associates closely with are like more happy to be around him than he is around them. I think he tries to keep a it does seem to try to keep his dignity in these situations. Otherwise, he probably would have like learned English and everything. Peele is an MGS2 fan.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Wait, what?
Specifically, too.
Why would you?
I like that one, not the others. Maybe he just said that was his favorite. I don't know. What the fuck is going on behind this? I don't know what any of these chaoses are. Oh, it's the scrunchy thing. It's 4 a.m. Barely got immersion. It's over. Yeah, parties will do that. That's why Cats is all no, no friends. Pilled. But yes, thank you. Have a good night. It's a cool kid party. I gotta get some water. They don't know I read Nikki Gay. Epic. I actually did that once. Went in the corner reading a Vinny. That is actually pretty freaking epic. Unironically. very Sigma. It's a Sigma move, but like unironically. Oh fuck, that's right. That was yeah, I'm gonna change this. The last time I was at like forced to be like some kind of get together. I think it was like a Christmas get together thing with like that my mom took me to like a long time ago. I think I did whip out my phone and do some grinding on something. Maybe it was like ear training reps or something, but that was pretty much. I think I told some kids that Undertale was cringe, I think. Did anything insane happen? Did he make them jump off a roof? After having an orgy. So he's like, yeah, down with crack, alcohol, not so much. Epic Chinese moment. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, he sounds like very inhuman. See, it's actually funny how I wasn't actually gonna originally put folds, but it's like it's a nice. You know, whoever drew this is a lolicone because gotta love the guy exactly. You know, whoever drew this is a lolicone because a lot of the time with these One Piece Mizugis, it'd be kind of unusual to put this open enough, like open space to get a fold on both sides of the waist area, because it implies that the actual like Mizugi itself is very slightly too large. But that is a thing that people do when they buy stuff for kids, because they grow so fast that they'd have to potentially even throw out the bathing suit that very summer if you don't buy it like slightly large, so these people know their shit. I think just that fold will do it. There should be many more things. So yeah, quite possibly. But I'm not a lolicon. Super hot fire gif. We'll just leave it like that. And then we're gonna, yeah, that's fine. We'll just leave it like that. All right, so we were good to go with that. Last thing is, oh, this doesn't need to. This can just go like that. The first, Ilya is definitely powerful, but I think the first time I really got attached to a loli character was, oh shit, I actually can't remember. That's a good question. Actually don't know. That's a good question. I'd have to think about that for a while because I don't remember. My memory is just very, very bad in general. Konnichiwa. Konbannichiwa, or whatever the fuck. What's the one where you combine them all? Shinku, no, it's definitely pre-Shinku. Definitely pre-Shinku. She is also powerful, though. Konbanwa as well. Yes. Konbanwa. Yeah. Suiging Toe. Yeah, super good design. Never seen the show, but I really should. I'm actually gonna, if for aesthetic reasons, if for just aesthetic reasons, I gotta make a note. I gotta add it to the list. Kind of bad, yeah, just for the, exactly. I was thinking the other day how I was like, there's a list of like a good number of stuff that like I'm very familiar with but haven't seen, and I want to actually see them because it's just kind of frustrating to like know about the art, or yeah, in this case the meme of all time, the Destiny. Every time I write that, like, cause now, oh shit, like, cause every time I gotta remember not to get too loud. Every time I write Des as I've been writing fiction, the fucking just EOP's poison the word. So. We gotta watch. Oh, she's not actually a loli. She's a pseudo loli, but I think Makie from whatchamacallit, Negima. Was probably because there were all the characters I liked prior to that, but I think she was the first one that like made me notice how much start to kind of prefer loli characters. Yes, I want to watch that one too. I saw the first Nanoha, which is a classic. It's a solid show. I like the stuff before the plot kicks in a lot more after the plot kicks in. It's still fine after the plot kicks in, but A's I absolutely love. A's I think is a absolute classic, especially the first episode of A's. I think the first episode of A's is just one of the best episodes of anime ever made. Then Strikers was the third season, right? Then that one hit. And I wasn't feeling it, and I couldn't get through it for a myriad of reasons. But now that I know what I'm in for, I'm going to get through it, and I'm going to get to the new shit. I did see one of the modern movies, and it was just fight porn. It was fun, though. It was fun to watch, but it was just fight porn. Yes, there's a lot of insane art to come out of it. I love Nanoha as a character. I'll have to play Triangle Heart or whatever it's called as well at some point. You know, the game that she's from. What the hell, where is this even corresponding to? It was not Detonation that I saw. It was, I think, the sequel one. I think it was no, not like Distortion. It was one of those. Yeah, it was part of that line. It was the one where they're lolies again. It was back to the loli timeline. Hi, I am back. Welcome back. We are almost done with this picture, and we can move on to the next one. What is going on here? Why is this? What layer is this? Oh, it's corresponding to the face layer. Dog Days I did not see, but I wanted to. I almost called him Amazuyu, but that's not his name. Amazuyu is the leaf guy. I can't remember his fucking name, but you know, the designer, yeah. What's his name again? I can't remember his name. Anyway, yeah, he's a sick designer, so I definitely wanted to watch it. You know, it's worth going on the list. Let's put it on the list. It's been in the back of my mind for forever. I think I watched the first episode when it came out, but then just didn't get to the rest of it. Sketching on the iPad. Yeah, go ahead. Let's see. He does these he's such a vet, so he's obviously like able to draw shit extremely well in like 2 seconds flat. He was for a while he was doing these compositions of like 12 Nanoha characters at once. And a lot of them were like these like big like bath scenes and stuff. And he made so many of them, it was insane. He made a lot of Dakis as well, Dakimakuras, that were super freaking Kino. What is this mark from? Okay, that's from the Kyoko. Oh, you didn't realize that. Yeah, I forgot his name, but love his stuff. Yes. Masaki Suzuki. Alright, let's take a look at what you sent. I won't pull it up though. I'll just look at it. Oh shit, I wasn't supposed to do that. Alright, let's just... Because I'm trying to keep the, I'm trying to keep the body layers in sync. I'll check as soon as I'm done with doing this. Delete. Merge down. Okay. Alright, let's see what you did. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, I mean it doesn't look any worse than that's a thing. It doesn't look any worse than what you're doing on paper to me. So I would keep it up. Yes, we actually had it on. We had it on background watch for a little bit. No, I think my brother was just checking some art from it, but Yeah, it's absolute classic. It's been absolutely forever though, so definitely gonna have to rewatch it some, one of these days. Probably not urgently, but definitely at some point. Yeah, it is. It really is so good. Taking your yeah. If you have to go really slow to do it, then you maybe maybe don't worry and just use paper and scan it. But if it's comfortable and you feel like you're getting faster with it and stuff, then might as well just keep rolling. Yeah, the openings are so good. I'm gonna have to see him again, actually, because it's been a while. But alright, that is that. The freaking rabbit thing needs to be... pulled down, ideally. I actually don't know if it's I still haven't seen it yet, but if it's just if it's just gonna be like a basic glorified music video thing, maybe it's pretty good. I'm gonna have to finally crack down and check it out one of these days. I do not like Oshii as a director, other than the people he works with. I like his I like his animation team, obviously, but the people he tends to work with and stuff. And I haven't seen Beautiful Dreamer yet, which I hear is a very good movie. So I will definitely watch that, and I'm sure that will be good. Because it's forced to be more of a thing. But in general, I'm not big on Oshii as a director, because he comes from that era where directors just weren't two problems. They were prone to getting up their own ass, and there wasn't really a storytelling culture at the time. They kind of were just doing whatever, and that's a bad combo. Up your own ass, lack of storytelling consciousness / lack of super developed storytelling culture. Creates a bad combo. And if you look at him nowadays, he's kind of become a parody of himself. He's become a very sad parody of himself. There's a recent interview from a film festival, and he's talking, and it was just kind of sad to see, because he's so washed up, and he's just saying how no one gets anything and everyone just sucks, and anime needs to become paused, and it was just very sad to see. And it's the inevitable fate of some of these boomers, unfortunately. But yeah, big respect for him as an artist, though. Nekojuru Kusa. Yeah. Let me look that up. Yeah, I might as well enjoy drawing on the whole thing. You'll get used to it for sure. You're doing fine, so just keep at it, man. Oh, so this was a 2002 thing. Yeah, I'm not against the I'm not against the like art tard animation stuff. Yeah, got the Oh yeah, that is messed up. Yeah. I saw what was it? Kyoki to Yume no Okoku or whatever. That was a mess. That was a very messed up relationship. But yeah, I'm not against like the sort of like what the art tard productions and stuff like Robot Carnival. Absolutely love. That was like a really good thing. There's some other ones too and stuff that like the animation for the sake of just animation projects. Those can be really good sometimes, but it's just a precarious thing. So in Oshi's case, it might that might be for the best. Maybe Tenshi no Tamago is one of his better ones because it seems to be these stuff like sky crawlers and stuff where he's kind of just. And sky crawlers was funny because it almost felt like someone imitating Oshi at that point. Like sometimes these people just kind of become silly imitations of themselves almost. Kanashimi no Bella. Oh, Belladonna. Yes. Yes. That is the. If I'm remembering what that is. That's definitely something I want to watch if I'm remembering what it was. Yeah, because this is old school as fuck. Is this the yeah, because this was known for being the. Didn't the dude who did this like self-fund or something? Isn't the whole shtick with that? I can't remember. It's been so long since I've looked into all this stuff. Yeah, I'm actually gonna throw this one on the list because if it's the one I'm thinking of, then it is something I wanted to see for a long time. Actually, no, I don't know. I'm kidding. I don't have time for something like this right now. I gotta keep watching and reading shit that's relevant to my work right now. That's not gonna be relevant at all. But yes, it's definitely something I'm gonna rewatch at some point. Like if something's not gonna directly potentially have some artistic or writing application, I'm probably not gonna immediately watch it at the moment just because I'm kind of in that. I'm in like my critical like days of defining my approach and workflow to everything, so. But that will free up eventually and I'll be able to just kind of watch whatever I want. I don't like this pedal. This pedal looks weird. Yeah, the art in is amazing. It's pretty fantastic, especially like all the setting work and shit. I can't really say I like it for anything beyond that, but that is absolutely amazing. Definitely a little nostalgic too. This looks weird. It's actually insane, some of the shit that was done. You know, because usually when you think of early digital era and stuff, you think of a lot of jank and stuff in terms of them not knowing how to use the, you know, the right scanning settings, them not knowing how to get the, you know, like the color direction like quite right. You know, all sorts of like funny, you know, them not like getting the, you know, the lines to look quite right and all that shit, but that's a really common like impression of the early era of digital anime and stuff. But then like sometimes you'll get these uses of like digital stuff. Like there's like a bunch of digital effects in Metropolis that just look absolutely insane, and then you get movies that are completely digital, like whatchamacallit, like an early ass digital. What the fuck's it called? It's the Vampire Hunter D movie, Bloodlust. That's right. Yeah. It just like looks absolutely insane. Oh, speaking of Blood, there was also the original Blood movie, which looks insane for an early digital. So it's kind of crazy. If by hand drawing you mean hand painted, then yeah.
Is it like a meme, like a Reddit meme?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's it. I can't tell if it's like a. I can't tell if it's like a meme or not. I mean, people do say that, yeah. I think on Black Twitter it's very common for people to think that the machine is now producing the drawings.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yes, thank you. We're adding like little tiny improvements to it. I will do it. I will write on stream. I won't fear the garbage day. No, there's not gonna be that many. There's not gonna be that many mistakes. What you will see is me like forgetting a lot of things that should feel obvious, like or checking things that should feel obvious. You will see a decent bit of that, which won't be the prettiest thing, but it is what it is. Yeah. One overflow character. You mean like the dad who keeps impregnating his lineage? Yo, Elnu, what's happening? Welcome. Yes. I don't know. I gotta read all their other stuff. I've only played School Days, which is more of like a interactive anime than it is a VN. It's not really a VN at all. I absolutely love School Days. Most people know School Days for the anime, which was like more of a parody of School Days than like actual like true to the VN. It's like straightforwardly true to some aspects. It's more of like an extreme. It's like an exaggeration. It's like kind of it's like a cruder. It's almost like if you were to flash a bunch of School Days in front of someone, and then like they make something based on their impression of it more than it being. Whereas the game is like much more down to earth, and the storytelling is a little more dense and stuff. And you know, there's all these. Well, it's actually a lot more dense. Not that the anime is like bad, but the anime is over the top and comical and a little bit thin at times, but the game is pretty kino. But yes, I want to play all their other stuff because it's actually, now that I think about it, it's definitely like one of my favorite like works I've ever, like if you were to consider it a VN, it'd be one of my favorite VNs ever. The game is, if you're talking about the School Days, oh shit, I keep forgetting it's night and shit. Yeah, play the School Days game at some point. Okay, I think we're done with this. Oh wait, no, we gotta do the sandals. Fuck. Oh, that's right. I gotta erase some of these lines. I don't even know where they're coming from. Okay. Muscles. Yes, they're distant cousins. That is funny as fuck. But yeah, there are so many. Yeah, now I think, yeah, thinking back, there are so many roots in the game that are just like so good. So no, I really highly recommend that. You gotta be like, you know, you gotta want that kind of like, it still has, you know, it still has the chaotic shit, and you gotta like, you know, be wanting that kind of you know, that kind of like over the top over the top, I don't know, like exaggerated love shooter shit, but Kino at any rate. The music goes hard too. Some of the roots are like ironically comfy. They're mostly just really stressful, and they're like bittersweet in like a 20% sweet, 80% bitter most of the time. Like a lot of them don't end up in anything that crazy, to be honest. Like a lot of them end up like shockingly down to earth. It's just that there's so many of them and so many options that like that's why like the crazy ones can happen. Like even the one, there's even like, yeah, it's very, very different. Again, similar. Don't like, if you play it, don't expect like, you know, don't expect apples and oranges, but it's very different, yeah. Because like even the one where, there's even one where there's a Kotonoha suicide one that I got. I didn't get all of them. I think I got 60% of them or something. And that one was just like, only has like a mild amount of the, like that was one of the more extreme ones I got, and even that only has like a mild amount of the kind of insanity that the really like, you know, the shit that'll make you laugh. Even that only has like a mild amount. Mad that played after you got out of jail. There's a PS2 version without the H scenes. The H scenes last like 2 seconds anyway, though, and they're not like, you know, they're not particularly stimulating. The PS2 version has way better art. The art's all like cleaned up. The original version's like jank as fuck. It's worth noting. Some of the art is really good though in the original. Lack of H scenes also means certain scenes get replaced altogether. Like certain routes don't end the same and stuff, so there's that. Okay. Alright, the sandals and then we're done. Is that Yukizakura? Yeah, that very specific early O's vibe, yeah. I know exactly what you mean. I don't think I've even heard of this. Yeah, this is very... This has a very early O's vibe. This looks comfy. No keep voice on click option. I hate that. Some VNs have that. It's still don't put that in to this day. It's infuriating. It's funny because Age had the best system ever. Age had a system where you can you can set it so that a character's voice will continue even if you click, even if another character starts talking. It will only stop once the same character starts speaking again. And I think that's fucking sick because I don't always like waiting for the voices. Sometimes. So it's nice to just click, but they like keep talking. Some people say that's retarded, but I think it's fucking epic. I think age 1. I think the age system should have been the standard. Yes, these are pre-Kuni characters. Pre-Kuni. It's Misogi, Kyoka, and Mimi. The actual I'm drawing them individually. The composition, they're going to be more huddled together. I think the actual composition is going to take place in like a frame. I'm going to smush them all in, but then I'll show them all separately on their own image. I just got to draw the sandals and then the drawing's done here. There's going to be like sabuns, like, you know, iterations, like it's a VN to this picture, so there will be different things that happen. It's going to be Misogi will be doing some unspeakable things. Suigets. Is that how you say that? Huh. For Waha girl. Yes, Suigets. Oh, it's got opposite personality twins base trope. I still haven't seen the anime. I played the game for a while. I don't actually play it right now. I just keep up with the character stories mostly. But I will watch the anime soonish, for sure. And by crazy, do you mean like good or literally crazy or both? Like wildly? These are pretty simple. But yeah, I did hear the anime was good, but quite different. Super good. Non-stop. Even on the non-fighting scene. Base. Epic. The game has a few really well animated scenes as well sometimes. Sometimes there's just like some good drawings thrown in and stuff. Other times, there's some really Kino animation. Sometimes there's individual, like the animator, like there's two types of CGs in the game. There's the illustrator style CGs, and then there's the animator style CGs. I actually like the animator style CGs better. They're both Kino though. Check this out. This is from the game for the summer event for these three. This is Kino as fuck. shit. I love this contour. Trying to think what this looks like. I guess it's just like a. That's fine. But yeah, all the little lyrical girls are extremely appealing. Oh wait, shit. Am I doing it? No, this is fine, this is fine. This is not clear. This looks retarded. Study? No, I've argued with people who have before, so I'm like familiar with some of that shit. Like, it's been so long. I don't even know if I remember all of it now, but. I have a solid amount of secondhand exposure. I would never actually directly study it though, because I just don't deem it a good use of my time. And I find that the times I did argue with people and like, you know, secondhand acquire stuff. Oh wow, you did read Suigetsu? All were very good. Base. All, yeah. It was extremely fun, yeah. I imagine it's pretty low pressure. Not sure how I want to do this one. So I don't want to put too much detail on it, or it looks stupid. Got dire. Oh, yeah, because it's not, I mean, how the fuck do you test that, really, you know? I mean, it's basically just like, most of philosophy was just kind of like masturbatory thoughts, so it's not like, how right or wrong can that really get in a school environment? We actually had a teacher, the short time I was doing some college stuff, we did actually have a teacher for history that actually forced us to recite on the tests exactly what she, like her own subjective reflections on history. We were graded by how much we could repeat what she thought about. So that was pretty funny. Pretty retarded. Yeah. I mean, I don't think anyone's ever improved their life or learned anything too important through that stuff. And you know, it's always really elaborate. It tends to be extremely elaborate, like sandcastles out of concepts that are just really not that complicated in the first place. That's a class? That is... If that's the name of the class, that is actually fucking hilarious. That is... So what do you learn? Like how to charge like obscene amounts of interest and stuff like that. Sure. Yeah, well, whether or not you're familiar with like the things that the philosophers covered and shit, definitely. And that's kind of what I was saying when I was saying like I feel like I got everything I wanted out of it. When I like kind of regularly argued with people who did know it, because it, you know, it kind of directly fed into, or yes, whatever they knew kind of directly fed into me after a little bit, and I'd look shit up periodically, sometimes as they'd mention crap. So I totally got my fill of that. Typically these days, if I'm going to argue with someone, it's only ever going to be about an artistic topic. I have zero interest in arguing about like anything that's... I used to like arguing for the sake of arguing. Sometimes I would make shit up I don't even think just to argue for fun. But yeah. Yeah, problem after problem. Yeah, Skaji's into it. I feel like Skaji likes the fashion of it more than anything. He just likes the idea of someone like ponder maxing. Oh, I see. This is supposed to be thinner. This has to be thinner. Jay Dyer's any good for otakus. Metaphysical stuff is really master boring. Movie globalist book stuff is interesting though. Philosophy with psychology instead. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Anything that you understand about people is identical to... It's kind of like post-application philosophical shit, because it's like the philosophical shit, it's not like... It's more for its own game, in the sense that philosophy's main purpose is interacting with other philosophy. When it comes to more practical things, that's typically going to be like, yeah, understanding people, you know, and anything adjacent to that. I'm happy I'm acquainted with a lot of those philosophical, you know, jargons and things, but definitely wouldn't miss them if I never ran into them again. So yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely good to be exposed to it, because if you've never seen people like talking on that, like that type of rhetoric before, it can like it can throw you off in the sense that it's a way of talking and thinking that demands certain types of certain types of rhetoric to engage with, and that's why people who like want to argue but don't want to like actually like argue often reach for the. I don't see it really anymore, probably because like arguing is out of vogue now in general, because people would rather just like threaten each other with most people would rather just be like, I'm gonna deplatform you. But when arguing was like a thing, a lot of times people they reach for the philosophy thing, because it's like a way of seeing, oh, can this person start can this person continue speaking to me after I force them into this type of rhetoric? Yeah, it's a word. Yeah, absolutely. That's completely it. Yeah, because it's the info that philosophers covered, the entirety of it is ultimately just not that complex. It's more complex in its actual way of talking about it than it was ultimately in what it actually ever figured out or achieved. And that's why you get those you get these people who get obsessed with that shit. You notice that they tend to end up with kind of like single cell brain mantras about life and shit. A lot of the time, I've met a lot of philosophy tards who are like, oh, I realize that I'm obsessed with Stirner or Hegelian whatever, all that shit, and they taught me that I'm supposed to never they taught me that racism is bad. Yeah, so it's always just gonna come back to something like that. It's always gonna be something fucking retarded. Or they taught me that there's no point in worrying about they told me I don't have to be a loser or something. Just something fucking retarded. It's always what it is, without fail. It's always just like, this guy gave me permission to cope. Well, no, I mean, I agree, again, I agree that the actual rhetoric is worth being exposed to. The ideas, I've yet to see a single idea. If someone can bring me, and I've seen all the major ones, and I've never seen one I wouldn't call shallow, ultimately, or mildly complex at best. If someone can bring me a philosopher who's actually talked about something like, okay, if you have a really, really deep story, it covers a subject and it covers it incredibly complexly, and the better the writer is, the more like it's all like unspoken, it's all the synergy of the words, but like extremely powerful literature covers ideas on a level that is like far beyond what like superficial conversation or even like an essay can cover. So really high level literature tends to contain just obscene amounts of info. I've yet to see a single person bring to me an idea from a philosopher or point to me a like chunk of paragraph from a philosopher or something that isn't more impressive for its rhetoric than its actual, ideas, basically. So if someone can do that, I'll change my mind, but until then, I'm just gonna assume it's like extremely elaborate ways of organizing simple info. Well, that's obviously not the point of Subahibi. Like the be happy shit is just like, it's basically like retarded catchphrase shit, and it's like after the story is already essentially like retired. Like the actual thematic development is happening like while the story was like still on, and he's basically just like retired by the point he's spamming be happy. Yes. Philosophy. That's exactly. Yeah. Philosophy is absolutely like everything I've seen from it is a game of rhetoric first and foremost. The ideas are extremely simple, usually. I mean, they can sometimes get a little bit insightful, like mildly insightful. Unless I missed like the real shit, but I've seen all the big ones, like obviously like the Greek ones, like Hegel or whatever the hell he goes by. Yeah, the Sterner shit. The who else? Nietzsche. For the other big ones, yeah, I've read large chunks from like all that shit. Talked to people who have combed every word multiple times, etc. I've yet to see an actual impressive idea from them. Yeah, I'm not a big view stories as entertainment guy. I'm very all in on the like obviously there'll always be entertainment and all that, and especially as long as we're in a world where you have to obviously have industry and shit. The way in which stories are given to people will always economically will always be from that concept of entertainment. But yeah, I always think for me it's always going to be the literary priority. The idea of what is the, if we're talking storytelling, and then if it's art, art has its own whole thing as art. Art quality is its own big complex monster. But yeah, when it comes to stories, consuming stories for it's always entertainment is always or enjoyment or whatever is always kind of more in the back of my mind. It's never a priority. I'll usually reach for a thing depending on like what I like, slightly influenced by what I'm gonna enjoy, in the sense of like what I'm in the mood for immediately. But usually it's always like, you know, oh, I know that I know that this writing is going to be good, and I want to see the literary function of the story.
Druckmann-Pill, we don't use.
Yeah, we're Druckmann
use the
Pill.
word fun.
We don't use fun here. We do not use fun in this house. No fun. Fuck fun. Clannad had a really big impact on my worldview. Yeah, well, that's actually a really, really good example. Clannad is a good example of simple in subject, extremely complex in detail, because the actual like thematic like it tackles basic subjects such as like obviously, you know, family, the nature of like why, like the purpose of living, like what, how do you I was just about to say, how do you for what reason do you agree to, like, you know, live on the planet and continue to function in society? Really, really basic questions. But the thing is that it takes those questions and ideas, and that's the whole point of literature. It extends beyond what words can do. It extends far beyond what like basic conversation can elaborate. Yes, inevitability of change is another one of its big topics. What's the consequence of that? How do you regard that, etc. I do have pretty deeply written stories, but that's just that. Won't need to write a novel essay on why it's good to try I always cringe when people say like blank flot, you know, like when you get the where is it? Here it is. Yeah, like this one is, you know, whatever, you know, Hegelian philosophy, whatever kind of philosophy. Whenever you see that, like, oh, the philosophy, and the, you know, that's always really, really cringe, especially because it's like most of those videos are literally people. First of all, they can't tell the difference between a theme and an author voice. They don't get that stories are a mix of the author having ideas, but thematic development is just development of a subject, and they usually can't parse the two. They usually think a story just amounts to what the author's voice is saying, which obviously that's not how they work. Obviously, a theme works by you establish a subject and then you explore the content of that subject. And when you explore the content of that subject, it's like digging shit out of the ground. Like if a guy digs shit out of the ground, it's not like he's responsible or he necessarily represents what he dug out of the ground. He just dug shit out of the ground. It's not like his shit in the sense that you know, he like is an extension of what he dug up. And the author voice is just like what the dude is saying about the shit he dug up, like his thoughts about what he dug up. And sometimes author voice isn't even like honest. Like Ryukishi, for example, he lies in his author voice. Like his voice, like the actual voice of the work, essentially pretends it thinks certain ways about the information it's presenting you, but it actually, you know, then changes it, stuff like that. So most of those like blank philosophy and whatever, it's like you see blank author, you know, this author is saying that you are supposed to you are supposed to recognize that that life is painful, and therefore you need to just accept that life. It's like you're boiling it down into something that has nothing to do with theme anymore. That's just incredibly shallow. Gatekeeping is awesome, yes. I think the appeal of art, it can take philosophical, yes, make them intuitive to understand, also more complex. The whole point of storytelling is that you can dig into a subject to a level of complexity that conversation and including essays simply cannot cover. So that's kind of like the beauty of it. You're getting a deeper level of info than is, to put it simply, the type of info conveyed about a subject through great literature is not conveyable in any other form. It's like it's a unique sort of ability. It's a unique ability of the medium of storytelling to convey info that cannot be communicated in any other way. A good piece of art gets deeper the more you experience. Yeah, exactly. Yes, because philosophical ideas are ultimate. Exactly. That's essentially what I was trying to say. That the philosophical stuff I've seen is impressive for its rhetoric, but when you get to the ultimate ideas, you find lots of repetition of simple stuff getting passed around over and over and over, which is obviously not ultimately very impressive. Again, just spoken conversation, spoken essays and stuff, they have a limit to what they can say about the world anyway. There's only so much that you can actually say in just raw ideas. You need storytelling. You need to actually be moving things through, tone and mood and thematic development and all that stuff before you can get to so many types of information about the world. Shape rotator versus word cell dichotomy. Yes. I believe I know what you mean. Deepening our understanding of art will enrich the enjoyment. I think it's bad to gatekeep enjoyment with "you enjoyed it, not enough." I mean, I agree with those exact words. I don't think how much someone enjoys something or doesn't enjoy something matters at all. I don't think just because something is good, you're supposed to enjoy it. I do think though that everyone should be aware of and interested to some extent, and at least respectful of really accomplished storytelling, just because it's so fundamental to you want to keep a good value economy going, because essentially if no one values good storytelling, you get an issue where there's always just going to be less incentive for it to even exist. High level storytelling, it loses its, essentially loses market incentive to even continue existing or being made, which is obviously, not good. It has a harder and harder. The people who want to do it have to fight harder and harder and harder to be able to do so in the market, essentially. I have a friend with ratings on everything and gets obsessed with ratings. Yeah, if you're obsessed with ratings, you're probably having some kind of I don't know, esteem issues. There's probably something deeper at work there. A lot of people are usually 15-year-old Redditors. Yes, that's true. The people I've always talked to about it though are always more people more of the late 20s, intellectual, you know, whatever. I'm not trying to say they were dumb. They were not dumb people that I talked to, but they're more like that type. Like, you remember, obviously, you know, Rika Tard, you know, Mr. Cynical or whatever. He was obviously obsessed with philosophy. He read, like, all the Plato shit and all that stuff. People like that mostly constituted my exposure. And, like, they would, you know, they would show me snippets and shit of, you know, so I ended up even reading good chunks of it and stuff, and yeah, I definitely wouldn't discount the whole subject, but I still stand by. I've yet to be impressed by it. Maybe that could change if someone brings me. Maybe they just weren't bringing me like the good shit, but. Again, the actual like rhetoric can be impressive for sure. The rhetoric can get impressive. Sometimes people will be articulate in a way that's like, oh, okay, that's impressive, or they'll dig into, they'll maybe have some insight about, the way a thing is referred to, in the first place. That's maybe slightly insightful, but. That's pretty much the extent of it. I'd have to see an actually like, you know, deep idea come out of it before. You know, not that I haven't seen some, you know, arguably deep ideas out of it, but it's not. It's always relatively speaking. And again, if I really want a deep idea, you know, that's what well-developed literature is for. How someone morally functions is a part of their philosophy. Well, yeah, I mean that's also just synonymous with, as Chris put. That's also just synonymous with like psychology. That's synonymous with like behavior, because like all values and stuff go back to something psychological. They go back to something, you know. They go back to something that corresponds to just how people work. Period. It's not like people like equip philosophies like they're you know, like they're a computer fed a program. It's like you can't consciously take a philosophy and like decide that's your philosophy. Whatever your philosophy is what falls into place due to a bunch of you know, organic factors. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah. Because there's a obviously there's a large price of entry to be able to even participate in it in the first place, and that like you have to be like a person who reads, and some of it is obviously very self-referential. Like, oh, you have to read this philosophy thing before you can read this. You know, that happens a lot. The thing is that like a lot of that just amounts to like, oh, this guy adding his 2 cents and needing to go through a giant song and dance to do so. Oh wait, I think I missed the Neko comment because it was moving too fast. Wittgenstein, I never looked at his stuff like directly. I don't know if any of the people I ever argued with or whatever ever brought much of him to me. I don't even remember his exact ideas, to be honest. Like the actual like philosophical aspect of Subihi was like never that interesting to me. other than as like a aesthetic, kind of as like a almost like it essentially functions as like a chuny aesthetic, like the equivalent of like a chuny thing. It's like a fashion for the game to follow effectively. It obviously also it corresponds to just the idea of, you know, because obviously philosophy is always like a scramble to find identity thing, which obviously corresponds to Mamiya pretty directly. So in that regard, it's obviously like even, you know, subject / thematically relevant. Why can you convey ideas better through storytelling? Because you're experiencing an idea through characters. It's because it's the same reason that it's the same principle behind why music captures a mood more articulately and consistently than anything else can show you like a mood, essentially, because music is essentially a I mean, there's a number. I don't want to use the wrong word. I don't necessarily want to say like formula, but it's effectively a formula for a mood. It's a organization of information, in this case tones, you know, to produce a mood. And so the reason you can hear a song and know like what mood it's referring to is because just for whatever reason the world is set up. Organizing tones certain ways essentially works as a blueprint to the brain to trigger and understand the intended mood. And the higher quality the music, the more it's conveying and making you understand that mood. Yeah, it's really about schizophrenia, exactly. The philosophy is more of a fashion aspect of it, or an aesthetic aspect of it. Entwining morals and behavior, viewing him as animalistic behaviors, no free will. Moral influence behavior, but they're not one and the same. Well, the thing is that there is no there is there is no such thing as like, because as far as like the free will concept, it's like that's not really like that's kind of like a that's like always invariably a like semantic discussion, because it's like, oh, okay, we have free will. Is free will then the product of something inevitable, or is it the product of something like, you know, variable? You know, there's so many, like, the free will discussion turns into something really ridiculous really quickly, from what I've observed. And the thing is that it's like it always ends up at like it's not relevant, because it's like a thing is gonna be a thing no matter what. Like, it's like whether or not something is the product of free will doesn't change what it is. That doesn't change its nature in any way. I mean, that can change your perspective on whether or not things like it's, you know, that can change your moral perspective on it. Like, for example, if someone, like, obviously, you know, willingly acts like, you know, immoral, like, you know, willingly makes the world worse, etc. You could say, like, oh, there's more blame on them if it was a free will thing. There's less blame if it's, like, not a free will thing. But again, that's just not really relevant, because it's like that's just essentially what you choose to how much you choose to value like taking responsibility for free will, it becomes like a self-referential thing. It's like, oh, free will is important because it matters whether or not you should be responsible for it. You could just as easily have a perspective that's like, oh, it doesn't, you are just as much at fault for whether you have free will or not. It's ultra arbitrary at that point. So it's just a complete chicken egg thing. Like, oh, are you the product of your free will? That's like this kind of like, overarching thing that lets you always change. Because okay, well, first of all, just get out of the way. Like, people can't like simply. There's no like free willing yourself out of whatever the thing is that you are. At any given time, you only have so many options available to you. Meaning there are so many things that like just are a thing. It's not like someone can be born and then free will themselves into like a different set of genetics, a different set of circumstances, etc. And those things have inevitabilities to them. So that the point is that it's like it's basically utterly irrelevant, and so no one is ultimately. That's what I mean when I say no one is equipping a philosophical system or equipping a moral system. And on top of it, usually anyway, most people adopt moral systems and shit for the most retarded reasons ever. It's almost always a safety thing. If like you actually look at it, it's not like for example, like 90% of the time, if not more, if someone's doing like some like mad weird like radical like libtard shit or something, like they just want they're either self-destructive / destructive period, and they just want to fuck shit up because their life is not good or whatever, or they literally just want society's support because that's what society is supporting right now. So it's like literally it's either just going to be mental illness or like crude survival. It's just society helps me, like I get the job more easily, I don't get like flamed, I don't get whatever. You're always just going to find the crudest stuff like that behind so-called moral systems. I've yet to meet a single person that like has something that's like actually like has some desire to like fuck shit up that doesn't go back to one of those two reasons. I said 90%, but it's really, I think it's 100%, because I've yet to see an exception. So if you're trying to like fuck shit up, it's just like because that the literal crude circumstances made it so that it makes more sense for you to fuck shit up as a person, or you already like lost the game of life, so to speak, and so you're just trying to make shit worse for other people. It's always going to be one of those two things. Like in that sense, yeah, morals just are not separate from like behavior. It's always just going to be like a values are always for like a purpose. There's always like I don't mean like crude survival, because like obviously that's the whole point. The whole point of being human is like art wouldn't be a thing if people just existed for crude survival. I'm not talking about crude survival. I'm just talking about the end goal of a person, like what they're trying to accomplish. And for so many like follower types, for like the average follower type and stuff, that usually is just crude survival. That usually is just conformity to the vision of the the dominant. They usually just adopt the dominant entity's vision. And at the moment, like if you're American, for example, that's that's just going to be whatever, that's going to be some really destructive thing. It's not like they actually like care about the details that go into it. They were just born as a very like feminine follower entity, and so they have to do the safe thing, and that's all there is to it. They're not like blessed with a higher design to their brain. They're not blessed with the ability to like defy something for the sake of a higher vision or something. So like applying something like this concept of free will to like feminine follower entities, which is obviously most people, is just like absolute waste of time. Makes no sense. They're not. There's no system to be even said. There's no moral system. It's just simply. It's just going to be the crudest of mechanisms that drive them. Let's grind. Yes, let's grind. So let's see what Christopher said. Actually, let's see what DeVirus said first. Or we have no full group of in biochemistry. That's a little bit. I fucking love science pilled, which I don't like that like concept of like, oh, it's, let's emphasize how physical we are. I mean, as if like. It's essentially threatening, like that kind of rhetoric is essentially threatening, like, oh, if you have a higher idea that there exists things in the world beyond, we're saying yes. That rhetoric exists to essentially say, oh, if you believe there are things beyond crude physical immediately observable things, then you are wrong, which obviously doesn't make sense. There's no reason. There's no reason why things that are intuitively higher. Oh yeah, obviously. No, I assumed you were being sarcastic. Yeah. I'm just kind of responding to the idea itself. Yeah, because it's a rhetoric that essentially says, oh, anything intuitive that you can intuitively catch onto that goes beyond crude physical means and explanations is stupid. And that's why that type of Reddit, it's obviously it's just saying stop. It's just a sneaky way of saying, like, don't notice things, don't observe things, don't think about things. I'm sure I don't need to even. I'm sure I don't even need to point this out, but I'm just trying to say that to make sure that, like, I'm not approaching the free will. I'm not pitching in on the free will question from that standpoint. I'm just saying it entirely from the concept of, like, a thing is a thing, whether it, a thing is a thing for reasons. I guess the simplest way to put it is inevitability is a huge part of what someone is, no matter whether free will is a thing or not. That's essentially what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, the common follower, the common person who is not capable of essentially forming a literally not physically capable of forming a value system of their own. Their brains just simply will not let them. Their brains only allow them to conform to whatever their brain deems appropriate to conform to. It's essentially fair to say. I mean, I guess I'm effectively saying that people like that don't have free will, which is most people. So, I mean, maybe I do have an opinion on that, but more than I have ever been. Base. More of a weird thing than free will issue. Yeah, I don't even know exactly what I think about that, because consciousness is different. I would probably just say consciousness just depends on the person. You know, like consciousness for a person just endowed with high autonomy. You know, someone who is a just inherently more autonomous person. I mean, consciousness is probably a very different experience for that person than it is for someone with very low autonomy. I mean, it's kind of like how consciousness is probably very different for a lizard than it is for, you know, a dog. I gotta find the next picture I'm looking for. Okay. Actually, it's funny that actually we bring bringing like the heavenly argument into this just makes things a lot easier, because I can kind of put my thought, if I'm able to use like more like heavenly terms, I can essentially explain what I'm meaning much more easily. Let me just read what Christopher said first. Nick Land said, "Free will is the idea that the present controls the future, and predetermined is the idea that the past controls the present." Schizo mean, but he did have kind of a form point. Yeah, I've never been bothered by the free will issue, just because it's like, I can't think of a single thing it changes other than, I think it's if someone feels like they have low autonomy, I could see the free will, especially when you're young. I think it did bother me when I was young, because people who are young naturally tend to have high they tend to naturally be high inhib and struggle with I just gotta pull up some reference real quick for Sharo's outfit. Yeah, when you're young, you tend to be high inhib by kind of default, and free will definitely like bothered me. The free will question definitely bothered me when I was young, but like when you get older, I think I just stopped giving a shit, because it's like I can't think of a single thing that would change. Whether you think of Okay. Actually, this is the more important point. I don't think responsibility changes either way. I think like moral responsibility is identical either way. That's probably why I don't. That's probably why I don't give a shit about the free will question. But yeah, I can extend that to. I don't find materialistic scientific things interesting. They do. Yes, exactly. That's essentially what I'm saying. Yeah, they're essentially loaded. I don't know if this is the right term, but they're underhanded ways of saying stop thinking, stop noticing. Yes, that makes perfect sense, Christopher. That makes perfect sense. I'm like Tanjiro in the Mugen Train movie where they shot. Still haven't seen that, but I no longer fight demons. They are only on the outside based. Same. That's how I feel. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna put this more in. I'm gonna put this more in terms like better terms that I think that. All right. So we got to switch to a different outfit. We want to switch to. Where is it? Is this it? Yeah. We gotta draw this outfit now. Basically, at any given time, someone is invariably loyal to, because like, okay, at the highest level, you have, because like everything with all creatures, and I guess just more importantly humans, relates to, yeah, it's related. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, but yeah. is contextual and relative. I shall use it to draw like space. Wait, what's going on here? Why is there two of these? Why is there one here and one? Oh, I must have just used that to save it. Yeah, okay, so it's like... honestly, the mainline Neptune games were, you know, like 1 through 4, were insanely good at discussing the concept of like heavenly loyalty and shit, and like how people are the product of the heavenly thing that they're bound to. They're insanely good at like explaining that. So I always think of them, and I always like recommend them on that basis. You know, among other things. But yeah, so basically it's like, if you think of like how all things work on like leadership, if you think of leadership hierarchies, how everything just works on a leadership hierarchy, you know, people are the product of the thing they follow. They're a product of a mix of what they are innately, and then they're a product of the thing they follow. What's the highest thing that obviously people are following? It's the God. So it's just like, first and foremost, the highest like leaders obviously are the ones that answer directly to their God. And they're the person that is going to get the strongest. Oh, yes. Yeah, if no free will amounts to I fucking love science. If someone has turned it into it's either free will or I fucking love science, and obviously, yeah, it's not even a debate. It's just free will is the thing, and that's the end of the story. Because it's true, people always have the opportunity to, you know, even if they can't influence everything, there's always something that they can do. You know, there's always something that can be influenced, unless they're truly cursed. So, yeah, if it comes down to that, then yeah, it's like a non-discussion at that point. But yeah, I guess to finish my my Neptune pilled rant, yeah, the people who can directly get like draw ideas from a monster. The people who can directly draw the people who can directly draw like inspiration and ideas, moral structures, value systems, the people who can draw that, pull that directly from the God they're loyal to, those are the people who end up as like obviously the strongest like influencers on Earth. Those are the people who end up affecting things the most on Earth, because they're the ones who they end up as like low inhib individuals, or even if they're like superficially high inhib, they're low inhib towards some kind of ambition that affects a bunch of things. They're at least domino affecting a bunch of things. That's effectively, that relationship effectively just like repeats itself as you get down the leadership hierarchy. It's like, oh, the next leader, the second in, you know, Hitler's top guy, you know, he's like second in command, you know, he doesn't get his ideas directly from the you know, the core inspirational source, but he directly answers to the guy who does. You know, that then this person has essentially like that much of the, that person is employing the moral system of the moral and value and whatever system of the god as lucidly as the leader can provide it. The leader gets it in full lucidity. The second guy, you know, the second in command guy gets it with the level of lucidity that, and I'm not talking literally second in command, like you're literally I'm just talking about like people who can, I'm talking about people who can deeply understand and incorporate the information from a leader. I'm not talking about like literally like chains of command. It could be indirect, you know what I mean? It could be utterly indirect. It's kind of like how Katz wrote a bunch of like epic shit about like Japanese learning principles. He also wrote some stupid shit, but point is he wrote a bunch of good shit about like Japanese learning principles, and depending on who you show Katz to, they can get that info like more or less. You know, it's that pattern essentially. It's they can really get it, they can kind of get it, or they can, you know, not get it at all, or anything in between. And that's effectively how like moral systems are always going to work with people, and that's why like the highest volume of people on the earth are, you know, lower rung people who get their values and their ideas from a very, very watered down source. It's been telephoned and passed through like a lot of hands. Yeah, and these people tend to be, you know, very, very superficially driven, because they can't easily like understand or make decisions about the value system that they even have in the first place, because it's the value system they have in the first place is almost entirely just the result of you know, conformity instincts and stuff, just basic survival instincts. It's like they can't think much, they can't provide much. But yeah, absolutely, they still do have free will, obviously. Yeah, I mean, so that's like my rant about like hierarchy of leadership, and like, you know, where value systems come from and shit ultimately and stuff. And it's like that's also that's why I'm not particularly interested in the free will conversation, because it's just like, okay, how much of a leader are you? You know, how much can you directly take your value system from, like, how much can you see a god? How much can you see a direct vision into heaven and grab your value? That's how much free will you effectively have. Yes. Yeah, and that's what's funny, because the longer they stay on that path, the harder it is to go back. Yeah, that's extremely true. That's extremely true. The less you exercise your will, your free will, the more it deteriorates. The more you become like a coward, the more you know. Yeah, because we live in a society. We unironically live in a society that glorifies the idea of the individual's ability, like the average like follower's ability to, you know, self-actualize and stuff, which ironically ironically ends up killing their actual ability to have any sort of real free will. Because it's like, if you tell someone who naturally has, like, let's just put it in the previous terms, if you tell someone who naturally has extremely poor ability to perceive, like, actual godly, eternal, heavenly things, that they're actually good at that, and they can be whatever they, remember, it's like they used to show Blue's Clues on TV, and they used to, like, it was like a weird mantra to the kids: you could be anything you want to be. If you essentially tell a person who objectively lacks insight into like fundamental value systems and shit, that they're doing fine with that, they're doing great with that, they have all the insight they could possibly need, they're self-sufficient, they're gonna glorify their lack of those things, and essentially call lack of those things presence of those things. And that's where you get the, like, that's effectively what Digiro was doing with his whole, like, I'm all about what this shit means to me. It's all about what it means to me, man. And and obviously, like, people, a really, really simple example is just people getting really, really enthusiastic about atheism, like it's solving their life, because it's like, oh, it's essentially a way of saying, oh, that's proof. If there's no God thing, then I'm self-sufficient. That's it. They said that I am self-sufficient. Did you remember the shirts? It's ridiculous, because it's actually, it's comedic, because what they're effectively doing is following a trick. They're still following a leader. They're just following a leader who tricked them into saying that, like, they don't need to follow a leader. So it's like their way of following. Anyway, it's all fucked up. It's retarded. Just Digibro with his whole, like, I don't need to, if you see Digibro's ranting about learning Japanese, where he just, like, decides he knows about Japanese, it's just a really good example of, like, any Dunning-Kruger thing is going to be an extension of this. Exactly. Exactly. Because it's like, well, what do you mean, like, whatever? It's just chaos at that point. How metaphorical are gods? I am atheist, and God being true originality makes a lot of sense too. I honestly don't really. That one reminds me of the free will discussion, where it's like, I don't really care, because it goes back kind of to the like, physical material plane is everything discussion, because it's like, either there's people definitely don't understand what best means. If you can tangibly see, like, a core inspiration, you can tangibly see something that corresponds to, like we were saying, like a inherent vision of purpose, an inherent vision of a value system, something that inherently tells you, oh, this is why we exist. And you feel you instinctually get a sense, like, oh, this corresponds to something heavenly, to something godly. It is no longer such a person would no longer be interested in the actual earthly proof of such an entity because they already got what they needed out of it. It's kind of like, I mean, just, you know, obviously there's the classic, not Noah. This is the classic like Moses story where he got the commandments. I'm sounding like fucking Peterson now because he loves this story, whatever. Just pretend he didn't talk about this. It's like, okay, he got his commandments and all that shit. It's like, he spoke to God, got his commandments or whatever. The important part is that he saw a thing that provided a thing. The actual, like, no matter how you slice it, no matter what quote unquote actually happened, no matter what actually happened, no matter how you slice it, he saw a thing that provided him a tangible thing. And that tangible thing it provided him was law. And law is one of the most influential things on a society imaginable. So he saw a thing that gave him a thing. And then with that thing, he utterly physically revolutionized the lives of everyone in his sphere. To start arguing at that point, like, what is the physical, like, proof or nature of the thing he saw can only be, like, extra. That can only be after the fact, because the fact is something happened that let him see a thing, that gave him a thing that affects things. So it's an utterly, like, after the fact, inquisitive kind of, like, curiosity driven thing to know what the tangible workings of the thing that let him see God are. The reason people argue that is just because it goes back to what I was saying before, where it's like, it's essentially like a sneaky, it's always the debate on, like, oh, are we just stardust with no meaning? They're just packing a they're just sneakily saying all that matters. It doesn't matter unless you can prove it in the arbitrary line we drew rather. If you can prove it in the terms that we arbitrarily provided for you, then it's okay. Then it's like more, you know, it's funny anyway because it contradicts itself. It says it's obsessed with science, but it's really obsessed with morality, because it's like, what does it amount to if you say I can't prove the existence of this God? It amounts to someone telling you, well, then that's not okay. Like, you can't have that. You can't have that thing. So it's actually moral, which is ironically not very, you know, scientific. Ultimately, it's heavenly. You know, that's a you know. So it just goes back to a heavenly thing, no matter how you slice it. Saying you have to prove this thing through scientific means is ironically a heavenly argument. It's a moral argument. It's a value system argument. So there is a designer, and by that you mean a deity, I assume. All right, let's do this. I think I can do this alpha extremely quickly, honestly. This is like 10 times simpler than the Misogi shit. The hardest part is just going to be getting all these flowers in. But they're much simpler than the shit I just fucking dealt with. That shit was cancer. Yeah, so that's kind of my I think people need to obviously, like, whenever they're in those situations where it's like, oh, a science thing, you gotta stop and ask, like, what is the why are we arguing about how scientific this is in the first place? Like, what is even that thing? Why is that not, or why is that significant? and you'll find it's always significant on a morally argued basis, and a morally argued basis is ultimately an arbitrary one. And by arbitrary, I mean something that goes back to what literally a god arbitrates, like a higher vision, some leader arbitrated. Yeah, at the same time, I do tangibly think that, like, I do tangibly think that, that there's, like, some kind of actual tangible heavenly structure. I mean, because if you look at, like, what people, there's a very, very strong consistency to when people, anyone with actual insight into the topic of like heavenly inspiration, there's always a on-pageness with what, like, cultures have observed, what, you know, religions have observed and shit. There's a clear consistency to the whole thing that makes me just go, oh, okay, then there must be some kind of tangible heavenly structure. Gods must be in some way just literally things. You know, it's just that. Because, again, if you notice, it's not like religions. It's not like you open up the Bible and it starts, like, or the Upanishads or some shit, and it goes on and on and on about trying to, like, prove itself. They don't apologize for what they've observed. They just tell you what they have observed. They're a non-physical entity, yeah, that can only be explained by some higher leader, God, designer. Yes, exactly. Yeah, because I'm not saying that, like, its nature does. I'm not saying its nature does not matter. I'm not saying, like, the physical, like, oh, what the ultimate, like, literal scientific say. I'm not saying that doesn't matter. I'm just saying it doesn't matter to me personally. It doesn't matter to me personally. That's someone else's job to think about. It's not my job personally to think about. The actual tangibility nature of gods, because, like, I have everything I could want out of that. I don't feel like I'm missing anything that's relevant to me. Thus, I have, like, minimal ultimate interest in the exact, like, oh, how exact, what are the rules of how this is working? That's effectively how I see it. They're real and they communicate with me. Yeah, that's honestly, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's like, as I was saying, like, oh, you know, the Bible, or, you know, whatever, the Upanishad, whatever the fuck it is. None of these things are, like, they're real and they communicate with me. Now, wait. I know that sounds crazy. Let me explain. You know, they don't, you know, no one gives a shit. Like, it's kind of like if you know, you know. You know, it's like if you know, you know. Same way rocks can't understand anything, bananas can't understand monkey. Yes. That is exactly it. Neko put it very, very well. Very articulate. Very articulate. I don't know if I would say I'm... Okay, you know how... Well, my argument is that there only is polytheism, and I know this is kind of a cringe. Like, you'll get, like, exer-types. It's, like, one step away from I fucking love science. You know you'll get these types of, oh, Christians are actually polytheistic. Look at how they are, if you actually read the Bible, you see that they're constantly talking about, like, other, they classify other gods as demons and stuff, meaning they're acknowledging that other culture's gods are like a thing and all that shit and blah blah blah. And the problem is that they're not like wrong. That's obviously true. They just tend to intend that. I'm actually going to copy paste these a bunch of times and then edit each one to serve its purpose. That will save some time. They like to point that out to try and say, like, to try and be diminishing. The Trinity, as in oh fuck, there's the Japanese term for it, I can't remember. You're just talking about the Holy Trinity, right? Like the Father, Son, Holy Spirit concept. I love the idea that Japan was the last country that had a religion that seems similar to the type of religion that was... Yeah, Shintoism is crazy because it's like Shinto, obviously it got mixed with Buddhism a decent bit, but it was like their own type of Buddhism. The Japanese Buddhism is really just an extension of Shintoism in many ways. It's not that simple, obviously, but there's kind of a troubled history between the two of them in some aspects. Like, sometimes they'd go together, sometimes they get pitted against each other. But at any rate, Shintoism is crazy because, it's superficially sounds like barbaric and shit, but it's like shockingly... Well, this is because Japan is sophisticated. Japan has always, even when Japan was underdeveloped, they as people just naturally had sophisticated ways of thinking. Even before the country itself actually got sophisticated. Tensho. No, that's not how you say that. That's Amaterasu. WW. No, is it? Yeah. You can put that in garbage day. What I was effectively saying was that yes, pointing out the yes, some people are very cringe when they point out that even the Christians were like technically, polytheistic in that sense. But the point is that it goes back to the idea, like, they were just acknowledging that things are things, effectively. So it's like, because a lot of people don't obviously really get this. A lot of people don't understand that when Judaism was made, they weren't saying like, oh, you guys are retarded, like, you came up with all these like silly, like, basically an atheist with a god. They weren't atheists with a god. They weren't saying like, oh, you guys were dumb for the gods you came up with. The flow was yes. Yes, when Judaism was made, they weren't saying like, "Oh, you guys are dumb. You came up with the wrong gods and all that shit." What they were saying is what you guys spiritually saw was shit. That's what they were specifically saying. They were saying it was shit. They weren't saying it was like. They weren't saying some like, "Oh, you you imagine something that like is not a real pattern. They acknowledge that these other cultures and shit had real patterns and real things they were observing. They were just saying that it was trash. And that's why they get classified as like demons and stuff. The other guy, and that's why, that's obviously why, there's always those bits about how like, oh yeah, you gotta always smash idols. Not idols in the idol otaku sense, but literal idols and shit. Silence 2016. Smash your bros. Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, interesting. Yeah, this is always an interesting topic. The Kakure Christian. Yeah, yes. Mothra it's actually wild. Yeah, it's very, very unique. But yeah. So it's effectively, that's effectively how I see things in that sense. Not like I'm not saying literally I see things through the Jewish religion's perspective. I'm just saying like a parallel to that, and that it's like you have to acknowledge that like they saw a thing, and that's a thing. Yes, simping is a sin. So yeah. Anyway, that's that. Yeah, that's why I would not say like yes. I would not say yes. I believe in polytheism for that reason. Just because there's like baggage, there's like a fuck ton of baggage attached to that. Like if you wouldn't call a Christian polytheistic, then if you wouldn't call a Jew or a Christian or a Muslim polytheistic, then I would never use the word, because I think that word always inherently corresponds to the idea of at the same time it's just like I don't know, whatchamacallit, I might draw on a blank on the word. I don't want to say the word wrong. I don't want to like fuck up a syllable in the word and get like more garbage day material. But yes, the Yao Yorozu no Kami. I think that's pretty badass, and if that's polytheistic, then maybe. Oh, epic! Yeah. I finally have been cooking up my own stuff too, and I was meaning to post it and catch up with you on it and stuff. But I've just been so busy with this art crap. So like possibly tonight I'll post I'm making some edits to what I'm working on. So I'll make some edits to it, then I'll post it. But yeah, I'll read yours first. Religion being a product of the human condition. I have not read that. The bicameral mind. Fascinating theory. Is there any quick rundown on that theory? I don't think Judaism was the first, because effectively it was just doing what everything was doing, which was whenever there was like obviously a dominant culture, dominant cultures would always prop up their gods over the culture they're dominant to, and then put their gods in the lore as like shittier. So that was just a thing that was always happening. I think what Judaism did is it just took it to its natural limit. They finally were like, yo, we found it. We found the essence of, we found the best God. We found the God that just ends all the gods. We found the God that you can't touch. He's the God to end all gods. So I think that was the important part. And what was also important is that they backed it with, intense economic power. They had, that's what I'm saying too. Like, you can't separate Earth. Again, this is Neptune core. Play those first 4 Neptune games. You cannot separate means on Earth from, heavenly design. Like, it's super chicken and egg, where it's like, oh, Jews were insanely economically powerful. They had the power to, topple the economic world anywhere they went and stuff. That was not separate from the formation of the religion. That was one and the same. That was, the two go together in the same way that, like, otaku artists draw what they draw because they see a higher thing. They're one and the same. The art lets you see the higher thing. The higher thing lets you see the art. It's the same way with the finance. It's the same way with, like, if I see this means to, like, subvert and destroy a nation with, like, great efficiency, that corresponds to a god, and that god can also, it's total chicken and egg, like, where the idea helps you see the power, helps you see the god helps you get the power. Christianity reached Japan, the Tenno and the Shogun went 8 mode. Yeah, I say base because Christianity would have destroyed Japan. I mean, look at Korea, South Korea. It's Christian as fuck, and it's absolutely godless. I mean, it's not because of that. Obviously, it's because it's a puppet state of America and whatever. But the Shinto shit is just so synergetic with Japanese thought. It's such a natural extension of Japanese efficiency and flexibility. That if they were forced to lose it, if they were forced to replace it with a different value system, I have no doubt that they wouldn't be holding on even as well as they have been post-war. They backed it with the most economic power Keck doesn't allow. I pray to my computer child out. It's just something polytheistic now. What you're saying, yeah, we already read that. The idea that self-awareness wasn't always part of the human condition, that before that people would perceive some of their thoughts as coming from the spiritual world. Huh. Oh, I see. So yeah, it's that basic kind of, notion of, like, right, that notion that, yeah, people didn't draw a line between themselves and the world in the same way yet. Yeah, there's a lot of thoughts I actually do have on that subject, but I don't feel like they're interesting enough to say right now. It's still, yeah, exactly. That is extremely true. It is not understood. Yes, the power of the idea of the god over society legitimizes the god. Absolutely, comes from my brain. Yeah. That's Neptune core stuff. Again, if you play the mainline Neptunes, they are so good at elaborating on that. They're extremely good at showcasing that. It's super back and forth. It's a very, very chicken egg. one promotes the other at all times. Yeah, because that's exactly true. It's like, just because you know that a brain does all its like you can put it simply, the amount of information that we know about the human body and the human brain and all those things is not sufficient explanation for the nature of thought. And even yes. I'm trying to think which one should be in front. This one should be in front. This is a lot less painless than drawing all. Or no, it's a lot more painless than drawing all of them. All that time. Probably just comes out better too. Yeah. What is the product of thought? It's what is thought the product of? Yeah. The Enlightenment was. I think a lot of things in it were. Yeah, I agree. I do think there was a lot of mistaken. I think there was a lot of mistaken. A lot of things in it were mistaken, I would say, for sure. Yes, it is. She ended up looking kind of like a little bitchy, little kind of thoughty in a way that I had no control over, but I'm pleased with the drawing otherwise. I wonder what the current society is like, says about which idea of God is most legitimate or next. To me, it feels like some sort of outer space. Yeah. Modern. This is like this. What am I trying to say? It's like my heckin' Star Wars movies. Yes, yeah. Keep up the good work. Get some rest. Most of her signs. Wait, what are you saying?
What happened to your?
Oh, I'm adding things. I'm improving certain things. Yes. Yeah. That's kind of what I was effectively saying. Like, the things that are the product of the pattern. Things that are the product of gods are going to continue to be a thing always. And the people who are saying like God is Sky Daddy shit are following a heavenly command to do so. That's coming ultimately from a heavenly command. That's not from a it's a second hand heavenly command. It's them following something that told them to value that perspective. Always. It's always That's always where that came from. Because because they have to follow that thing. And that's what the thing rewards them with. Yes, and that, on the other hand, yes, as for what Caro is saying, it is important. It is important to, like organized religion, for example, always had a purpose. It was always functional. But I don't know, maybe one day. I'm talking about. Well, it doesn't matter what I was talking about, but yeah. At any rate, what? Yeah. It is true. Organized religion always served a function. So like the like whether or not because let's just put it this way. People at the follower tier of okay. Oh yeah. Have you been trying? I've been doing some Jungian practices. Yeah. Okay. Oh wait, what the fuck happened here? Oh, I see. Okay. Yes. The presence of an organized religion or not that essentially effectively says, like, yes, this is a thing. Accept it first. Work within this system. Do your thing after you've accepted this system. That was obviously, that completely changes how a society runs. That very, very tangibly changes how a society is going to be run, obviously. Compared to if they were to just say, like, believe if you want to believe and don't if you don't. Because the most feminine caste of society does not have an ability to essentially make any like higher plane. Again, they don't have zero ability, but they have very, very low ability to make observations or make decisions about anything relating to a higher plane of shit, like anything moral, anything like anything relating to higher purpose, morality, just any type of value thing. They have most people like have very high inhibition in regards to like knowing what they should, or making their own decisions on that layer, and low perception and even finding information on that layer in the first place. Therefore, whether or not an organized religion is in place to like just spoon feed them obviously completely changes a society. So that's essentially what maybe that's what Kara was getting at, why it's relevant. Or maybe he just means philosophically relevant. I don't know. But yeah, it changes everything, obviously. And, you experience this with art all the time. Because it parallels the way beginners are. And that beginners cannot perceive deep artistic information. They just can't see it. It's just, they can strain all day. They'll never see the deeper info. It's just, there's nothing they can do. You need a trained eye. So any system that like a really good person, like, or even a pretty good person like someone who's in the know, basically. If you know, you know. Like if someone knows something and then they give it to someone else, that's a completely parallel. That's a completely parallel situation. It's like it's someone who can perceive bestowing info upon someone who can't perceive, and it completely changes whether or not that person receives, you know, just accepts that info or not. It's going to completely change the course of everything, of their entire, the rest of their entire relationship with art.
You're having this all.
Yeah. In the perfectly rational world, justification will matter, right? Right. Yeah, beliefs. Yeah, well, that's why it's called belief, right? I think there's a certain energy always building up in the collective conscious of the world. Like some say, there's a reason the old gods like Wotan died. Now Christianity is dying for a reason. Yeah, I mean that's always. Again, I'm gonna kind of just reference that concept again, that like earth and heaven are always, you know, they're always, earth is always a reflection of this, you know, the heavenly state. Yeah. Well, any belief system is always just based on, unless someone is trying to trick someone, then it's based on some kind. Yeah, it's always based on some fundamental logic. It's just not necessarily. It's just not necessarily interfacing with logic in the way that, or not interfacing with logic. It's just not necessarily. Answering the exact questions that someone might arbitrarily demand at a given time. There's some kind of parallel, there's some kind of way to illustrate this concept when talking about art. I just can't think exactly what it is right now. The concept that if you know a thing, you don't necessarily have the means to verify that thing in any context. Like you don't necessarily have the means to prove that that thing is a thing in any context, you know, in any context requested, or by any means requested. There's only certain means by which a thing can even be proved. Yeah, because I guess like because most artistic info is like that, because it's like there's a limit to how much you can explain like why a drawing is good tangibly to someone, even though in your head you know why. There's a point where it exceeds explanation.
Absolutely.
And even though it exceeds explanation, that doesn't mean that your head is not firmly understanding it and laying it all out logically. It's just,
and it doesn't mean that it's not absolutely affecting the brains of people.
Yes, that too. It's also still affecting people who behold it. They just don't. It's just happening, you know, on a deeper.
Whether they realize the extent it is.
Yes.
Doing so or not.
Yes. Yes. Uses logic to justify religion. I mean, yeah, it's like in the modern context, it's like it's the you know, I mean, there's constantly people, because I mean, you know, we live in an era where any type of concept, any type of thought you have, any type of idea that you want to like prove or say exists, is going to get met with always with as long as it's like new or off if it's either new or off the well, as in new inherently includes this, as long as it's off the current accepted like menu of thought. Yeah, we live in an era where everyone is told to vehemently challenge, and it's worth working on your argument chops for that, for sure. Whatever it is you're trying to argue, it's always worth it to whether it's logic or whatever it is, it's definitely worth just the
point of it is just to BTFO.
Yeah, I mean
it's not to like get permission.
Exactly. It's not like, oh, yo, I'm gonna justify something religious with logic so that I can continue to have that. It's just, I'm gonna do that so I can BTFO people. Oh. So Bummer was. That is wholesome. 100. Yeah, it's like that. It's like, because it was funny because like when I wasn't like very good, when I wasn't very good at
I never watched the video.
oh, she actually watched it. Holy shit. When I was not good at drawing, for example, or when I was like much worse at like Japanese and knowing about how like stories work and shit, I would often find myself in situations where I'd sometimes argue with people, discussing a idea or thought that I don't like own yet, in the sense that the thought has not been, I have not like thoroughly tested and explored the info corresponding to the ideas I had, and one of the reasons I would I'm actually gonna make up my own row of frills for this outfit, because I feel like the original doesn't have it, but I feel like there should be a row of frills running here and here. Honestly, I think that would be good. I'll show the original also. Nah, maybe not. Maybe that's bad. Maybe just bottom. Nah, that's also bad. I'll decide after when it's done. Yeah, and like when you don't know your shit, you'll take ideas to people to like help gain confidence in them. And you end up, you'll end up not infrequently in a situation where you're effectively saying, my confidence in this, my ability to continue utilizing this idea, to continue doing what I'm doing with this idea, relies on you, accepting what I'm saying. That's obviously like bad. Those are bad situations. You can't really avoid them to an extent. Like, they just kinda happen when you suck. Unless you have a source from someone who's like an expert to verify things for you. Like someone who's like a, fucking sick at drawing, for example, or whatever, can just verify info or whatnot. If you don't have that, then yeah, you can frequently end up in situations where you're. I don't like this contour. You're effectively asking people for permission to continue utilizing the knowledge you gained, which is, yeah, that's always like really bad. And once you get through enough of that and you get better at shit and stuff, eventually it evolves and you start realizing like, oh no, if I'm gonna argue with someone, it's just gonna be to BTFO them so I can express dominance of the truth in the world, you know, and that's that. So it doesn't matter, like, you know, arguments effectively become optional. They exist simply to help the world, not to help yourself. That's really what good arguing is. Good arguing is just there to make wrong people look bad, so that you can help spread. You know, so you can help give clout to true ideas and stuff. That's why also too why there's actually some random Indian guy that said this to me, which is pretty funny to think about. But this one Indian guy one time said this little piece of Indian wisdom that really stuck with me. He was like, "Do not share your knowledge with those not worthy," which is actually like mad good advice, because very good, sir. Yes. I don't know what he was intending, but as far as being exclusive with knowledge, it's unintuitive if you want to promote correct knowledge, to like hoard knowledge or protect it or whatever. It's like, well, if you want to protect the good shit, why not just get the good shit everywhere? And you realize, because every time an idea is thrown into the world, it goes on the argumentation. Is that the word for it? Argumentation? I don't know. It becomes the product of argument. Some ideas are too good to deserve being argued with. By people who are too ignorant. And therefore, you should instead hold on to the idea, and only grant it to people who will take it with no more than the amount of argument it actually deserves to be met with. You know, and that's why luckily just paywalling info. I sound like I'm shilling the Ota Clinic right now, which I am. You should sign up for the Ota Clinic. But paywalling shit is a really great way to just say like, oh, you better respect this, you better respect this knowledge. It filters that tier of people that just want to attack the knowledge. It's like, oh, well, if I have to actually sacrifice something to even witness this knowledge, then yeah, okay, I'm out, I'm not, there's a limit to how much I want to attack this knowledge. I don't need to pay, Usually it's the people who actually want the knowledge who are going to pay, not the people who want to attack it. My take on this is that those worthy of understanding are the only ones capable of understanding. Some people... Yes, that is extremely true. But at the same time, in the right context, it's shocking. In the right context, anything can be explained to, let's just say, most people. but sometimes that context is just so extreme. You're effectively creating an echo chamber by avoiding art. Yes, that is true. That is true. And effectively what I'm saying is that some ideas need echo chambers. That's why obviously you get that. That's obviously why there is that, that famous Bible passage about planting the seeds where the soil is fertile. Don't plant the seeds where the soil is not fertile. It's effectively just saying like, oh, this shit's too good. Don't. These are like quality seeds. Don't throw them on. Don't throw them on trash soil. Yeah. So basically, it's just like some ideas need at least a temporary echo chamber until they're able to get into a position where they can avoid the they can get a better platform for argument. They can get a platform for argument that is what they actually deserve. So if great artists have all this amazing knowledge that lets them make amazing shit, let that only be argued with on a platform where it's very, like, where you also have to be, like, great or powerful at least to even get the chance to argue back. Because if you just throw these great ideas out there where, like, any idiot can do it, it's gonna get dogpiled by morons, which is not that's not what that info deserves, and that's not efficient for spreading the info compared to letting it breathe on a stronger platform. Yeah, some people are just insane. Yes. Very basic pearls before swine. It's a elaborate way of saying pearls before swine, because you always want to avoid that with like real like good info, because good info is supposed to be carefully spread, and you don't want to do things that would like hurt its spread. There will be the point where it gets to be opened. There is a point where it gets to become public and stuff. It just needs to have its appropriate plot. I mean, it's kind of just like how, like, if you respect yourself and you go to like some meeting or something, like you dress mad nice and you look nice and shit. It's really just the same principle. You're trying to give yourself like a good platform. You're trying to remove the level of argument, the level of dismissal of you that would come from you, coming in like, diarrhea sweatpants. Yeah, people have, exactly. So sometimes you need the right platform to force people into that position. Sometimes you need a platform of power to force people to even appropriately engage with info. So yeah, that's why you should always be careful, basically, with any. It just depends on the info. Some info is meant to just be, promoted and passed around. Some info is meant to be more carefully held on to. It's just very contextual. This track goes so hard. I love it. I would listen to this song a lot during like, it's been actually, I don't think I listened to this song during like, since like 2022. Since 2022, when that was like one of my like most intense like grind periods. I actually got like fat as fuck because it was so stressful. And I love this track. I would like loop it sometimes because it would like just be like mad motivating, and like the fucking Ichi Why am I forgetting the incredibly simple lyric? Yeah, it's just Ichido Dake no Kyo. It's like some Apollo Creed, like there is no tomorrow shit. Yes, there are absolutely more things than being technically correct, because someone with the best ideas, the guy with the best ideas and the best direction for things, isn't always the guy who, like, you know, he's not always the guy with the best explanations. He's not always the guy with the best knowledge in certain areas. So yeah, a lot of things matter when it comes to that kind of crap. I don't want to get a situation where it's just a bunch of like parallel lines. I gotta make sure that these have an appropriate kind of crisscross. Oh yeah, I think I'll finish this pretty soon though. This is the last thing I have to do, and then it's just all painting. Well, almost all painting after that. Yeah, because I was like, I had a period where I was like really like really like trigger happy with info sharing when it comes to anything like skill related stuff, and you quickly start running into like a million. I think everyone who's good at Japanese or solid at Japanese, even decent, I think, at Japanese. I think even by the decent stage, people start to realize, like, people start to become like kind of apathetic to, like if they see someone say something fucking retarded about learning Japanese, they tend to become like kind of apathetic and shit, to like correcting such a person and stuff. And I think because it's one of the it's one of the things, the activities in which you like most, I feel like more than any of them, most quickly realize how like futile it can be to try and you know, properly direct some people. So that's like one of those things I always notice, like people who are even like decent at Japanese tend to be so quick. Yeah, Dunning-Kruger, exactly. They tend to be really quick to get into essentially what I'm talking about. They tend to be really quick to get into the whole, like, you know, to get you know, pearls before swine pilled. Because it's just so obvious. And yeah, you quickly start realizing it's a pretty fat canvas. It's 4,961 pixels by 7,016 pixels. So it's a decently here's full zoom. Typically when you're doing like careful, like when you plan on doing more like detailed painting, typically this is like kind of the amount of space you want. You don't need quite this much. Like, if this was full zoom, this would maybe be enough. This is probably fine. This is just a nice zoom where you can really, you know, you can really get the exact thing you want. Or res, rather. Yeah. The point is that like, yeah, you see so many people who are like, a lot of people start to like spot that people are like, oh, obviously this person doesn't even like want to be good. Like you see, you know, obviously there's the term in Japanese, this is the Jiko Manzoku term. He's from Zero. That rings a bell. I remember that being I don't think I've seen this dude's
We're gonna take a moment. We're gonna.
I don't think I've actually seen this dude's vids. If you were me, what would you do? But yeah. Oh, he's that guy. Okay. That's right. Yeah, yeah, you can spot he was laughing. You know, you can spot those types extremely easily, obviously. You can spot those types extremely easily. And like, obviously, if you spot such a type, you're not gonna, because arguing with someone who doesn't want the info, who doesn't have use for the info in the first place, is always going to be infinite. That's always going to be like an infinite argument. What you're supposed to be doing in that case is like attacking such a person's character in the first place. You're supposed to essentially be saying like, criticizing that person for the reasons they don't want to, or yeah, for the reasons they they're essentially like fucking they're essentially fucking with you by saying they want to learn. Yeah, we're gonna put a frill layer. I'm gonna have it come out like here. We're just gonna do it. I just like the idea. He was struggling to play through FF5 TKO Sam style. That is amazing. Was that in one of the garbage days? Because I don't think I remember that clip, but that sounds Kino. Yeah, art is one of the most, like, I think with Japanese it's funny because everything's so obvious. Like, shit makes itself really obvious really fast. I'm making connections. Freehanding the art. Thank you. It would be a lot more amazing if I was faster at it. But I will definitely take the I'll take the compliment. I was saying how I was saying yesterday how I do this when I ironically I know a subject kind of like almost worse. I like to do this because it lets me judge what the final thing. It lets me judge from a it lets me get to the final thoughts about the ideas really quickly. Like this is enough to just visualize what I want on the final details. So it's like, oh, I can quickly manifest the final details this way. And it's a faster way of getting feedback than going rougher. There are some obviously some really, really sick people who like I was saying, Party basically does, I don't know if he still does it, but for a long time he basically does what I'm doing right now, where he was all about like a super basic rough sketch, and then going into the final lines after. But yeah, at any rate, thank you for the compliment. Yeah, so we just want small frills, effectively. It might, yeah. So how many garbage days were there ultimately? Because I always rewatch the first two periodically, just because they're such classics. Sorry, shit. Yeah, it's alla prima if alla prima came with an eraser and undoer. Actually, we watched them again the other day, and I was laughing so fucking hard at pretty much everything. Just when the fat guy at the beginning of 2, that was John, right? He went by John, I think. When he's like, I just wanted the word for trash, and then the title logo comes up. Oh my god, I was laughing so fucking hard because it's been a while since I saw it. Go me, so fucking funny. It was actually Party who encouraged me to draw like this sometimes, because he does it and it's so cool when he does it and it looks good, and yeah, it just makes sense to me sometimes. So I'm like, it's easy to get this idea that like, oh, I shouldn't do that, but sometimes that's just, it comes out best that way. Sometimes that is how it comes out best. I might have to pull the bottom one up after. I saw chunks of it. Yeah, I did see chunks of it. It's a really long time ago though, so I don't remember like any details. I remember people posting it in DJT shortly after I joined there, as in like the Quizmasters DJT server. And I do remember watching it for a little bit. Yes. All I have right now is just some crap on Twitter. But we're gonna get a mean Pixiv pretty soon. Very soon. We're gonna get a sick Pixiv. Very, very soon we're gonna get a sick Pixiv. I have like a million things to upload. Not like a million. It's not a million, but I have many things to upload. I almost, honestly, like, part of me wants to go back to a picture I did a year ago and make it better. The one I did of the Lowly Neptune and Lowly Noir. I almost want to go, because that one I just like kind of threw in the towel on. I'd love to go back and redraw the whole thing, but maybe not. Base, yeah, no, if you, that would be epic. And yeah, if the arrow art does well, if it's like, if all the Coomers come out to like it, then I'll try to get on doing a fan box ASAP so I can capitalize on that. Because one of the ways I'm trying to, obviously, you know, because obviously AI has obviously lowered incentive a little bit, but I find that it actually shockingly has not changed much in terms of because I think it doesn't provide. There's a whole, the type of person who wants like image Sabu and stuff tends to, like, as in specific things that like a specific artist provides, and especially if they're doing like the, you know, the Sabun type thing where it's like a VN, it's like a VN CG where it, you know, it keeps changing. People who are looking for that, typically AI cannot provide that for them, at least not in the way they want. And yeah, it's been, I looked at Pixiv and it's actually shocking how little has changed since Novel AI really, you know, was a thing. In terms of the number that Arrow stuff. Yes. That is very true. AI will never recreate the joy of drawing frills on Charlotte's chest. Oh, I didn't. I figured she was just some random. I figured she was some random actress or something for like a Japanese, like hired for a Japanese learning channel or something. I didn't realize she was a translator. Okay, we wanna move. We wanna change the shape of this one. Yeah. Yeah, frills are a weird mix of like lots of freedom and very sensitive. Like, they have certain spots that are really affect the overall impression, and you have certain spots where you can basically do whatever you want. No, let's not do that. Let's just let that be. Yeah, alright, let's finish this up. Alright, let's go with kind of firmer shape here. Yeah. These are always good to like kind of reset the pacing. These kind of like symmetrical motions. They kind of they're like tension anchor points, effectively. They let the rhythm, you know, sort of restart on either side. They're like breathing. They're sort of like a, you know, like a tonic, effectively. No. Let's go this way. Sarah Moon. What's her job or thing? Oh shit, that one. I don't need something. I'm gonna finish the frills first. Times 5. Okay, it's not bad. No. She's a pause translate. In other words, she's a translator. Oh, that actually rings a bell. I think I remember hearing some stuff about her. Wouldn't be surprised if she has me blocked on Twitter. I've done some decent translator counter signaling. Oh, shockingly not blocked. It's here for... What the hell is this? Oh. Here I was expecting she has like a giant YouTube, but... No, she's more... Oh, yes, 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 I remember her now. Yes. Yes, I completely remember her now. Oh, wait a minute. Didn't she have a, no, I can't remember. How's her Patreon doing? Pretty solid, actually. For that type of thing. Yeah, I can't remember what was the thing, why she... I mean, DJT would always run into, like... conflict with pretty much all the translators at one point or another, so could have been anything. Alright, we got this. Almost there. Yeah, I think that should work fine. I think the lack of the flowers on the back is probably the right choice. I might have to erase these parts to keep it clearly like a front. Yeah, to keep it like a front centric thing. It's hard to say. Yeah. Yeah, let's just do that. I'm not gonna think too hard about it. This is supposed to be kind of like a bonus. Like a bonus Sabun thing. Because, I wanted the sort of like main outfit I decided upon was just the, this one, the t-shirt plus, short sweatpants one, but I want to give it an extra, give it an extra Sabun thing. Just another thing that helps, the more Sabuns, the better. So. Shit. I went fairly thin lined on this one, on this whole picture. Wait, what the fuck happened here? Why is this? Oh, okay, no, we're good, we're good. Alright, I need to get some more. What does it really mean? I'm sure that's a pleasurable viewing experience. Jemmy video. We just gotta wait. Bedtime. Yeah. Good night, Kara, if you're here. YouTube shout my account. My comment wasn't. Yeah, it's getting insane. We are getting insane. The Otaku no, shut it down. Yeah, that's unironically what's happening. That's fucked up. It's insane. Minus 20.
Neko was walking outside and my phone just turned off.
Is that minus 20 Celsius? I don't know what that. I don't have a sense of Celsius. Sounds terrible.
Mm.
We are back. We are soon back. I just realized I never answered Neko's question because we started talking about the from way back. We were talking about stories. I realized I never ended up answering why stories have access to conveying info at a depth that non-stories can. I will definitely answer that another time for sure. I did explain it's like music, but it was extremely basic. Didn't really get into it. I don't know, Fahrenheit. I don't know how Celsius works. Does it get... It's minus 20
I
cold.
watched Bruce's fucking video.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I forgot already.
You already... Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say that like minus 20 is close to like... I want to say it's in that, like between like 25 and 0 Fahrenheit.
Oh, okay. So it's not that bad.
Yeah, I think below.
Yeah, because we get into like -5 Fahrenheit here sometimes. -4 Fahrenheit. Yeah. That's yeah. So that's like a North American winter. I might be putting too much detail. I might have to erase detail later. It's hard to say. Very hard to say.
No. Minus 20 Celsius is -4.
Yeah, Neko just did it.
Oh, he just did it. Okay, yeah. So in other words, it's cold as fuck.
Yeah, any negative Fahrenheit thing is just god awful. I hate the cold so much it's unreal. Yeah, at some point I need to prepare a super succinct epic. I was working on that at one point, but then I forgot because I got busy with other shit. I was working on, but that was supposed to be like a really long, drawn out, like highly like every technical detail about it type discussion with the writing stuff.
It was Chris. Chris is not on.
Good night, Chris. Take it easy. Beware of the anti-Ota squad out there. The anti-Ota overlords. But yeah, I need to prepare like a really nice. I need to prepare like a nice, elegant presentation of packing in all the... We're actually going to stop in like 15 minutes anyway. Which is hopefully enough time to get like this like almost done. Very close to done. I can't tell if I'm putting too much fucking detail on this thing. But yeah, I need to have like a really nice on-hand prepared bite size talk about how stories work and shit. So I don't have to like get into every little thing. I mean, I guess if you really think about it, the simplest way to say it is just what you're depicting is simply a higher resolution of information than what words as explanation can do. It's kind of like overly simple, really. But it is true. That is the essential point. Because words as explanation are limited to pretty much bound to the resolution of hello, Yunu. Welcome back. We're actually gonna get off pretty soon, but thank you for stopping by. I'm not quite fully nocturnal yet, so we will be pretty nocturnal pretty soon, though. But then we'll be not nocturnal again. We just keep looping. We're like 25, 26 hour pill. Yeah, I guess the simplest way to put it is that, nah, there's a bunch of million ways you can put it. It doesn't really matter. You kind of have to get the bigger explanation to really get the ideas across. Yes. I'm YOLOing, I'm just kind of YOLOing this situation right now. I'm pretty sure I can, do well enough. I can build up enough stuff that it won't be a problem in the very near future. Because, like, we got Patreon right now, which is a start. That will get a lot bigger once the devlog drops. Which hopefully drops relatively soon. By relatively soon, I mean within, like, within 6 months. Within, like, you know, within a month. I want to open a fan box. That's why I'm making these illustrations. I want to open a fan box on Pixiv and stuff. I will open art commissions and stuff as well on like Pixiv requests and stuff. And yeah, I'm just pretty sure everything should be good. Early years of full-time composer, musician, curator. Oh, that's pretty sick. That's epic. So it's good to know more music guys. It sucks because like I actually really, even though I'm not like good at it, but I really enjoy doing any music related thing, like composing or piano or whatever. It's always the thing I sacrifice for the other things to make room for other things. So it's been a while. I often go long gaps with no musical activity, even though it's like more fun to me than I wouldn't say it's more fun to me than drawing is now. Drawing is quite enjoyable to me now, but it's definitely like one of the most enjoyable things I can think of. You never know. I have relatively broad musical taste, but it's like I wouldn't say it's like super broad. I guess I would say it's I would say it's average level broad, maybe slightly above average, but it's but I'm very interested. I'm very interested in, even if I don't like dig a thing, I'm very interested. Writing stuff more like anti-music type thing. Yeah, score a whole VN. Yeah, for sure. If you ever get into that, yeah. What's great about that is that there's so many, obviously, like, directions from which that can be. Because, like, obviously there's a lot of tropes, obviously, associated with... there are a lot of musical tropes associated, obviously, with VNs and games and sometimes anime and stuff. But obviously there's like a million ways from which it can be approached and stuff. In terms of like genre emphasis or, all that stuff. So it would be a cool thing. I feel like it'd be a cool thing for anyone to get into, because you can almost like maybe like merge that with your natural. That's funny as hell. Where the performers are playing VNs live. So that kind of thing. Yeah, no, that's interesting. Oh, I see. So it's almost like it's almost more general sound design at that point. So So big emphasis on sound design, I imagine. In terms of your... Oh, nah. Not really sound, okay. Oh, I see. Interesting. Right. Because like all sounds have inherent. Because like, what is music other than organized rhythm and rhythm and pitch, and all sounds have inherently form both of those. Inherent movement, theatricality, yes. And images, too. Right. Because harmony always implies stuff like colors and all that shit. I see, yeah. No sound at all, or the strings like just not working? Like, can you still hear the keys move, or just literally the image of the piano? Because I mean, it's funny because if you think about it, like, it is funny because if you think about musical notation. If you think about musical notation, it's kind of funny because it's like, if someone was to say like, "Oh, what is music?" and you'd be like, "Oh, music is sound and shit." You'd be like, hold my musical notation, because it's funny because it's like still technically music even though it's theoretical music. It's like a blueprint for music, but you could just call that music. Even though it's not actually music until it's performed. So it does get you thinking about the definition, which is pretty interesting. Right. Yeah, it's like it's a contextualized thing. Yeah, it's like, oh, I put it in the gallery, now it's alright. I put my period blood stains in the gallery, so it's alright. I figure out exactly what. I can't decide exactly what this shit should look like. It's crazy. There must be more remixes for You from Higurashi than like any song ever. Interesting. Anything that you can mention? Curating a... Let's see. Let me see if I recognize what they've worked on. I'll check both of them out. Cause I don't think I'm familiar. I'm gonna check them out after this. Interesting. Yeah, I'll take a look as soon as this is over. Okay, I am getting close. Huh. Gamers. I'm very curious. I'm gonna check that out after. And also throw the name in. We're gonna check them out. How we doing? We're getting there. Yeah, I think some of these lines are gonna have to go. I think it's just too much. It's crazy how this entire outfit is like as complex as like a piece of the fucking bathing suits on the pre-cunning lilies, the little lyrical lilies. Dude's made like the most complex designs ever. It's messed up. Trio with the violinist called Mumyo. Baroque influence album called Goth and Lolita. I will check that out. That sounds pretty cool. Sounds kind of tuney. Gothic and Lolita. Okay, alright, let's back up. Alright, I'll stop here. I'm probably just gonna finish this outfit off stream because it's almost done. This went pretty well. This is like, the only thing I'm worried about is the level of detail here, but we can figure that out as we go. This was a cakewalk compared to the fucking, what the other outfits put me through, so just about done. Yes, I will enjoy it for sure. Thanks for pointing it out. Thanks for coming. Thanks to everyone who watched. And we will pack it up now. Keep it based in otaku. I will definitely be on tomorrow. Almost definitely. I do want to make a normal video.